and welcome to Mission Control Houston. We are live from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas, as teams prepare for the upcoming U.S. Spacewalk 98. There on your screen, you're seeing a live look inside the Quest airlock and the equipment lock portion of that Quest airlock as NASA astronaut Anil Menon on the right-hand side of your screen with the suit with the red stripes, and ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot on the left-hand side of your screen in the unmarked suit are preparing to exit the Quest airlock coming up at about an hour and a half. Again, that exit or the beginning of that spacewalk is expected to take place around 7:35 a.m. Central Time, 8:35 a.m. Eastern Time. Now here in Mission Control, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently coming on console to take over from the Orbit 1 team. And the Orbit 2 team is going to be led by Flight Director Chris Dobbins. You can see there in the bottom portion of your screen, he is taking over from the Orbit 1 flight director, who was Adi Boulos. And that Orbit 1 team did assist the spacewalkers today as they completed their pre-breathe protocol. But the Orbit 2 team will be responsible for executing today's spacewalk. Today's spacewalk is the third of this month and the sixth out of the International Space Station this year. The primary goal for today is to finish replacing the space-to-ground antenna, or the SCANT, on the International Space Station's Z1 truss. This work began on August 18th, just last week, when NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot had gone outside and conducted a 6-hour and 23-minute spacewalk to remove the failed antenna and secure it on the space station's truss structure. However, the crew needed a bit more time than expected to disconnect electrical cables and loosen bolts, which delayed the installation of the replacement antenna. So today, the spacewalkers will go ahead and retrieve that new unit and complete the installation. If time allows, they'll also attempt a get-ahead task to replace a retroreflector on the forward port of the space station's Harmony module, which will improve navigation data for visiting spacecraft. The space-to-ground antenna is a dish-shaped unit and one of two that sit side by side on the Z1 truss. Last November, SCANT number 2 began experiencing periodic pointing issues during auto-track operations, which means it wasn't properly gimbaling or orienting itself to communicate with NASA's Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, or TDRS. As a result, the flight control team switched operations to SCANT number 1, which continues to provide the high-rate video, voice, and telemetry for flight controllers here in Houston and at control centers around the world. There on your screen, you're seeing, again, a live look in that Quest airlock. You can now see NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway on your screen in between Sophie and Anil. And Jack is providing assistance from inside the space station for today's spacewalk, along with NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. Again, teams are continuing to prepare for an approximately 6.5-hour spacewalk today. That spacewalk scheduled to begin around 7:35 a.m. Central, 8:35 a.m. Eastern Time. The teams are a little bit ahead of schedule. However, they are expected to pause an upcoming MEDOX, or medical oxygen canister changeout, to stay on track with the planned timeline. The crew recently completed their pre-breathe protocol, and this protocol purges nitrogen from the bloodstream to prevent decompression sickness, also known as the bends, which is a condition that scuba divers can also experience if they ascend too quickly. There are 2 phases to that pre-breathe protocol that the astronauts perform before any spacewalk, and that first phase is performed using a mask pre-breathe with 100% oxygen. And then most recently, they completed what is known as in-suit light exercise. During that portion of the pre-breathe, they move their arms and legs to speed up their metabolic rate, which helps purge excess nitrogens. The in-suit light exercise was completed about 15 minutes ago, around 5:50 a.m. Central, 6:50 a.m. Eastern Time. And then again, coming up, they will be completing the MEDOX, or medical oxygen canister replacements. And these MEDOX canisters, along with LiO, or lithium hydroxide, are part of the life support system of the extravehicular activity mobility unit, or EMU, which is the white spacesuit that is worn by the astronauts when they go on a spacewalk.
And airlock for go in 6, step 1, 6.
And Jack, stand by. We're still checking on the HECA cameras, and we'd like to get that resolved before we move on to step 16.
No worries. We'll sit tight.
And Airlock Houston, we can give you the go in step 8 for the EMU cameras, and then once that is complete, you are go to pick up in step 16, 1-6.
We'll go for step 8 to shut off the HECAs, and then once we're complete with that, we're into step 16.
Good copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. You just heard some communication there between NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, who's again there in the center of your screen, currently on board the International Space Station, as he assists NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot, through some preparation ahead of today's spacewalk. They are referencing a HECA, which is the HD EMU, or Extravehicular Mobility Unit Camera Assembly, and those are attached to the spacesuits that you see the crew wearing there, and provide some of those point-of-view cameras throughout the spacewalk.
2.120. We have serial number 1033 to put into EV1. Looking for your go.
We copy 1033, and that's a good number.
Copy. Go for EV1.
And those communications with NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway taking place with the Capcom, or capsule communicator, here in Mission Control. Currently, the Orbit 1 Capcom is still communicating with the crew on board the International Space Station, and that is Kathy Bolt serving in that position. Once the shift handover between Orbit 1 and 2 is complete, the Capcom for the Orbit 2 shift will be Steven Zinter, and he will be the one providing communication with the crew on board the International Space Station. However, there will also be a ground IV, and that will be the individual responsible for communicating with the spacewalkers outside of the International Space Station. And the ground IV for today is NASA astronaut Anne McLean, so she will be coming on console here shortly as well. Now, today's spacewalk is the 283rd spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This is also the 6th spacewalk to be conducted outside of the International Space Station this year, and the 3rd for Expedition 75. NASA astronaut Anil Menon will be wearing the suit with the red stripes, and he is EV number 1. And this is his 3rd spacewalk, following 2 spacewalks earlier this month on August 6th and 18th, previously logging 12 hours and 50 minutes outside of the International Space Station. Sophie Adenot, who is an ESA astronaut, will be wearing the unmarked suit, serving as EV number 2. This is her 2nd spacewalk after her first, taking place last week on August 18th, which totaled 6 hours and 23 minutes of spacewalking time outside of the International Space Station. And again, inside the International Space Station, NASA astronauts Jack Hathaway and Jessica Meir will be supporting Menon and Adenot throughout today's operations. Hathaway will also be prime for some of the robotics operations with the Canada arm, and Meir will be backing him up. On board the International Space Station is, of course, the Expedition 75 crew. So in addition to Jessica, Jack, Sophie, and Anil, we have Roscosmos cosmonauts Andrei Fedyaev and Pyotr Dubrov, as well as Anna Kikina. Mission Control Houston for the Orbit 2 team, which will be executing today's spacewalk, is of course led by Flight Director Chris Dobbins, and then Sandy Fletcher is serving as the lead spacewalk officer for today. Speaking with the crew, again, you will hear the Capcom, or capsule communicator, Steven Zinter for Orbit 2, and then once the spacewalk begins, you will hear that voice of NASA astronaut Anne McLean serving as the ground IV, and she is responsible for guiding the spacewalkers through their procedures today, while the Capcom will continue speaking with the rest of the space station crew. The spacewalk officially begins when the astronauts switch their suits to internal battery power. Again, the spacewalk time is currently targeted to begin at around 7:35 a.m. Central, 8:35 a.m. Eastern Time. This is Mission Control Houston. Again, the teams on board the International Space Station, as well as the flight controllers here on the ground, are working in tandem in preparation for today's upcoming spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 98. That spacewalk currently targeted to begin around 7:35 a.m. Central, 8:35 a.m. Eastern Time. The spacewalkers for today are NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot. And the spacesuits that you see Menon and Adenot wearing are known as the EMU, or Extravehicular Mobility Unit. This suit is an independent system that provides environmental protection, mobility, life support, and communications for crew members to perform a spacewalk. The EMU consists of the suit assembly as well as the life support system. The spacesuit assembly is the suit itself that encloses the crew member, and the life support system is attached to the back of the suit to provide oxygen for breathing and suit pressurization, water for cooling, carbon dioxide scrubbing, battery power, and radio, as well as a caution and warning system to monitor the suit's status. These spacesuits are fitted on the ground and then adjusted in orbit to account for spinal elongation and fluid shifts. Engineers take about 80 measurements to tailor each suit, assembling it from roughly 16 major elements, including multiple sizes for torsos, elbow and knee joints, adjustable waists, and dozens of glove sizes. On their forearms, there's typically procedure cards, which are references for the steps they'll perform throughout a spacewalk.
But the Medox canister for EV2 is 1034.
And Houston copies. We saw that in the view. That's a good number.
And airlock, step 11, we're pausing the in-suit pre-read clock, GMT 1114.
Copy, 1114.
This is Mission Control Houston. You are hearing some communication there between NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, currently on board the International Space Station, there in the center of your screen. He's speaking with the Capcom, or capsule communicator, here on the ground, who currently for the Orbit 1 shift is Kathy Bolt. Again, the Orbit 1 and 2 teams are currently completing a shift handover, and the Orbit 2 team coming on console will be responsible for executing today's spacewalk. You did hear NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway referencing some MEDOX canisters. He was providing some serial numbers and updates related to the canister changeouts. And those MEDOX canisters are medical oxygen canisters, along with the LiO or lithium hydroxide canisters are part of the life support system of the EMU or the extravehicular mobility unit, which again are those white spacesuits that are worn by the astronauts for a spacewalk. On the right-hand side of your screen, there you can see EV1 with the red stripes. Again, that is NASA astronaut Anil Menon for today's spacewalk. And on the left-hand side of your screen is ESA or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot serving as EV2. Also there in the Quest airlock toward the back portion, you can also see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who is providing support alongside Jack inside of the airlock, inside the International Space Station today.
Houston airlock, step 18, expended MEDOX canisters, serial number 0020 and serial number 0022.
We copy 0020 and 0022.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're hearing those communications between NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway on board the International Space Station and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control. Currently Kathy Bolt, but that will soon be taken over by Steven Zinter. Again, he's referencing some MEDOX canisters, which are the medical oxygen canisters. There are two different types of containment control cartridges used in the extravehicular mobility unit, or EMU, which again is those white spacesuits that the crew wears to go outside of the International Space Station on a spacewalk. And they're a means to contain trace contaminants and carbon dioxide from the EMU atmosphere. Again, the EMU, or extravehicular mobility unit, contains the suit assembly as well as the life support system. So those canisters are part of that life support system, providing carbon dioxide scrubbing. And then the spacesuit is basically a self-contained spaceship, so it provides...
21, in-suit pre-breathe clock resume, GMT 1118.
Okay, we copy pre-breathe clock resumed at 1118.
So the suit provides oxygen for breathing and suit pressurization, water for cooling, carbon dioxide scrubbing, battery power, and more. And the spacesuit operates at a pressure of 4.3 psi, or pounds per square inch, which compared to 14.7 psi inside the space station. And that pressure difference is why the pre-breathe protocol is necessary. Again, you were hearing NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway communicate about some of that pre-breathe to the teams here on the ground, specifically regarding some times for that pre-breathe protocol and the clocks that they're monitoring. The pre-breathe protocol has two different portions to it. The first portion, the astronauts perform a masked pre-breathe with 100% oxygen, and then they complete what is known as in-suit light exercise, which was completed a little bit ago. And during that in-suit light exercise, the spacewalkers move their arms and legs to speed up their metabolic rate, which helps purge excess nitrogen. Due to the pressure differences in the suits and the station, the pre-breathe protocol is necessary in order to purge nitrogen from the bloodstream to prevent decompression sickness. Again, that is also known as the bends, which is a condition that scuba divers can also experience.
Houston, airlock 2, good manual leak checks, and we're proceeding into step 17 to get them off the ETAs into the crew lock.
Okay, we copy all, and we'll go with that plan. And just letting you know, I'll be handing over to O2 Capcom shortly, and wish you guys the best of luck for the rest of the day.
Okay, we really appreciate your help.
This is Mission Control Houston as teams continue to prepare for today's upcoming spacewalk. Again, that is U.S. Spacewalk 98. You heard a few different call-outs there. Again, those call-downs coming from NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway as he prepares NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot, who you can see there on your screen, for their upcoming spacewalk. They were referencing moving into the crew lock. So right now they are in the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, and then they will begin moving into the crew lock portion right beyond that hatch that you can see there in the center of your screen. From there, they will conduct final communications checks as well as final suit system checks before they switch their suits on to internal battery power. Now, before they began that movement into the crew lock, they did complete some initial suit leak checks and confirmed that everything was looking good for both of the spacesuits that the spacewalkers are wearing for today. As they make their way into the crew lock, both of the crew members will don or put on the safer unit, and there you can see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir carrying one of those units over to NASA astronaut Anil Menon with the red stripes there on your screen. The SAFER stands for the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. It is sort of like a jet pack that is attached to the back of the spacesuits. And while the crew members each have 2 tethers attaching them to the space station at all times, the SAFER serves as a backup mechanism should they get detached. So as they move into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, each of the crew members will have these SAFER mechanisms attached to the back of the spacesuits. Once both of the crew members are moved into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, the hatch between the crew lock and the equipment lock will be closed. And again, they will then complete some final communication checks as well as final suit system checks. And then depressurization of the crew lock portion will also begin to bring the airlock down to vacuum to match that of the rest of space. The crew lock begins at 14.7 psi, or pounds per square inch, of course matching the rest of the International Space Station, and is similar to what we experience here on Earth. During the initial depressurization, the crew lock will go down to about 5 psi. There will be a brief pause to allow flight controllers to check out systems and for the crew members to complete some final suit leak checks. The depressurization process will then continue all the way down to vacuum, and once the crew lock depressurization is complete, the spacewalkers will be able to open the outer thermal hatch and then the hatch on the crew lock section prior to placing their suits on internal battery power. Again, when they turn their suits onto battery power, it will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. The entire crew lock depressurization process takes about 30 minutes to complete. And as a reminder, today's spacewalk is currently expected to last about 6.5 hours, beginning around 7:35 a.m. Central, 8:35 a.m. Eastern Time.
That's because of how that battery seats.
This is Mission Control Houston. There on your screen, you can see a live look inside the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock on board the International Space Station. NASA astronauts Jack Hathaway and Jessica Meir are currently attaching the SAFER, the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue, onto NASA astronaut Anil Menon's spacesuit that he will be wearing outside of the International Space Station. And of course, he has the red stripes there on his legs, indicating that he is EV1. He will shortly be moved into that crew lock portion, and then the same process will be followed for ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot. We are currently in a brief but expected loss of signal. We do expect to regain signal here momentarily. And this happens when there is a transition between the TDRS, or Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. Today's spacewalk is expected to last about 6.5 hours, and it's the 3rd of this month.
1, new TCV setting of 5.
Copy, setting of 5.
And today's spacewalk is the 3rd of this month and the 6th out of the International Space Station this year. Again, the primary goal for today's spacewalk is to finish replacing the space-to-ground antenna, or the SCANT, on the International Space Station's Z1 truss. This work initially began last week on August 18th when Anil and Sophie conducted a 6-hour and 23-minute spacewalk to remove the failed antenna and secure it on the station's truss structure. However, the crew needed a little bit more time than expected to disconnect some electrical cables and loosen bolts, which delayed the installation of the replacement antenna. So today, the spacewalkers will go ahead and retrieve the new unit and complete that installation. Once both NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot are moved into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock on board the International Space Station, the hatch between the crew and equipment lock will be closed, and they will begin that depressurization process. That entire process takes about 30 minutes to complete. The spacewalk will officially begin when the suits are switched to battery power. Again, that spacewalk start time is currently targeted for around 7:35 a.m. Central, 8:35 a.m. Eastern. Once they complete that depressurization, the spacewalkers will then open the outer thermal hatch and then the hatch on the crew lock section. NASA astronaut Anil Menon, serving as EV1 with the red stripes, will exit first, and then he will be followed by ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, who's serving as EV2 today with the unmarked suit. They will then go ahead and set up their tools and tethers, turn on their helmet cameras, and begin to set up the SSRMS, which is the Space Station Robotic Manipulator System, basically the Canadarm2 robotic arm. And then they will make their way to External Stowage Platform 3, or ESP3, to retrieve the spare SCANT, which stands for the Space-to-Ground Antenna. Additionally, when they first exit the Quest airlock, NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot will perform what are called buddy checks, basically examining each other's suits and tethers to make sure that everything is in order before they move away from the airlock. After that is complete, NASA astronaut Anil Menon, serving as EV1, will go ahead and retrieve the foot restraint from an external pallet, and he will set up the Space Station Remote Manipulator System, again, that robotic arm that he will be strapped into for the duration of today's spacewalk. So he will strap his feet into a portable foot restraint, or a PFR, at the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm, and then he will be maneuvered to various work sites, carrying the spare antenna from its current location on the External Stowage Platform 3, which is on the Port 3 truss of the space station. It will be moved to the work site at the Z1 truss to be installed and then subsequently activated by ground controllers here in Mission Control. The robotic arm will be primarily operated today by NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, and he will be assisted by NASA astronaut Jessica Meir from inside the International Space Station. And while NASA astronaut Anil Menon, serving as EV1, rides the arm to the spare antenna work site and begins releasing some bolts, EV2, who is Sophie Adenot, will be assisting from the truss structure. Anil will remove the spare antenna, and the arm will then move to the installation location at the Z1 truss. And at that point, EV2, which is Sophie Adenot, will then translate back along the truss. So they will be making their way to ESP3, which is on the port 3 truss of the space station, remove the spare escant, which again is the only spare that is left on board the International Space Station. They maneuver it to its installation location on the Z1 truss to complete the replacement of the faulty space-to-ground antenna that was removed last week. Once it's installed, there will be some system checkouts by the ground control team here in Mission Control Houston, and it will restore the full redundancy to the space-to-ground communications system of the International Space Station. Once the installation of that spare is complete, the next task is to retrieve the failed SCAN. Again, that failed SCAN or space-to-ground antenna was removed last week and temporarily stowed. So it will be the job of ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot to go ahead and retrieve that failed antenna from its temporary stowage location, and then she will pass it along to EV1, who is NASA astronaut Anil Menon, and they will also clean up the work site while dropping off the tool bag at the airlock and heading outbound for the next task. To stow the SCAN, again the failed one, they will be installing a couple of bolts. And then after that is complete, EV1 Anil Menon will return to the arm ingress location. Again, that is where he would have got into the portable foot restraint of the SSRMS, which is the Canadarm2 robotic arm. And while Anil is doing that, Sophie will then translate back to the airlock to prepare for ingress. Again, this is expected to be a 6-hour and 30-minute spacewalk to complete both the spare SCAN retrieval and installation, as well as retrieving the failed SCAN and stowing it into its permanent stowage location. If time allows, the crew will also attempt a get-ahead task to replace a retroreflector on the forward port of the Harmony module to improve navigation data for visiting spacecraft. And the space-to-ground antenna is a dish-shaped unit and one of two that sit side by side on the Z1 truss. Last November, SCANT-2 began experiencing periodic pointing issues during auto-track operations, meaning it wasn't properly gimbaling or orienting itself to communicate using NASA's Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, or TDRS. And as a result, the flight control team switched operations to SCANT-1, which continues to provide that high-rate video, voice, and telemetry for flight controllers here in Houston and at other control centers around the world. For a little bit of history, the very first space-to-ground antenna that was installed on the International Space Station's Z1 truss was carried into orbit on the STS-92 mission in October of 2000 and installed by astronauts Leroy Chow and Bill MacArthur. And the spare SCANT, or space-to-ground antenna, that is being installed today to replace the degraded antenna was delivered on the STS-127 mission back in July of 2009 and installed by astronauts Dave Wolf and Tom Marshburn. The faulty antenna that's being replaced and that was temporarily stowed last week was initially installed on the STS-132 mission in May of 2010 by astronauts Garrett Reisman and Steve Bowen. The replacement antenna for today has been parked on ESP3, again, external stowage platform.
Space to ground one. Earlier we copied a partial call regarding the safer on Anil's suit. We're looking for clarification on if you had to reseat the battery on the safer or just fix the MLI.
Yeah, we were just reseating some MLI, so it was in a more comfortable position. There's nothing wrong with the safer at all. Everything is nominal.
Copy. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. You just heard a call down from NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. You can see there on the left-hand side of your screen. He was speaking with the CAPCOM, or capsule communicator, here in Mission Control Houston, who for the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers now on console is Steven Zinter. They were referencing a SAFER, and that stands for Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. And both of the crew members going out on today's spacewalk, NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, have those SAFER units attached to their EMUs, or the white spacesuits that they are currently wearing. And it basically serves as a jetpack-like device should they become untethered from the space station. However, both crew members always have a 2-point tether attached to the International Space Station, so that is very unlikely to happen. And there in the center of your screen, you can see both NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway as well as NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. They're currently assisting ESA, or European Space Agency, astronaut Sophie Adenot into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. NASA astronaut Anil Menon was moved into there first as EV1, and now Sophie is joining him. Once they are fully situated into the crew lock portion, the hatch in between the crew lock and equipment lock of the Quest airlock, which you can see that hatchway there on your screen that Jessica Meir is currently touching, will be closed, and they will begin the depressurization process down to vacuum of that crew lock portion. This is Mission Control Houston, live from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas. Currently, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is on console, being led by NASA Flight Director Chris Dobbins. And the Orbit 2 team is responsible for executing today's spacewalk. Again, today's spacewalk is US Spacewalk 98. Serving as EV1 is NASA astronaut Anil Menon, and serving as EV2 is ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot. Both of the crew members are currently in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. They're at the latter half of your screen, and there you can see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as she begins to close the hatch between the crew lock and the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. Once that hatch is closed, they will begin the depressurization process. That entire depressurization process takes about 30 minutes to complete. Currently, the crew lock and the equipment lock, as well as the rest of the International Space Station, are sitting at a pressure of about 14.7 psi, or pounds per square inch, which is similar to the pressure that we experience here on Earth. However, the EMUs, or the white spacesuits that the crew members wear to go out on a spacewalk, are at a pressure of about 4.3 psi. And then the crew lock will be depressed down to vacuum to match that of space. Once the depressurization process is complete, the crew members going out on today's spacewalk, again, NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, will switch their spacesuits onto battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Again, today's spacewalk is expected to last about 6.5 hours.
Airlock steps 76 and 77 are complete. You guys are go for 78.
Copy and work.
And you just heard a call down there from NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. He's communicating with the Capcom, or capsule communicator, here in Mission Control, who for the Orbit 2 shift is Steven Zenter. The Capcom serves as the single voice link between the teams here on the ground and the crew on board the International Space Station. Throughout today's spacewalk, the Capcom will continue to communicate with the crew inside the International Space Station, but there will also be a ground IV who will be communicating with the crew going on today's spacewalk, and the ground IV for today is currently coming on console, and that will be NASA astronaut Anne McClain. And you hear them reference several different numbers throughout today's preparation, and those are all referenced to various procedure numbers that the crew, as well as the teams here on Mission Control, are following in preparation for today's spacewalk.
Repeat pressure. 3.4 and 3.4.
Airlock Houston on 1. You are now hot mic on Space Ground 1.
Copies, and we're just taking a quick look at switch configuration on EV2.
I see Ivy.
Yeah, Houston, we're just want to double check. We're seeing suit pressure on EV2 of 3.4. We were kind of expecting 4.2, but in IV that kind of makes sense that it slowly breathes down, and so that reading of 3.4 is good.
That's a good value for us, Jack. We expect it will increase. This is part of the MEDEX change-out results.
Okay, cool. That all makes sense to us. We just wanted to do a quick double check. And I think I lost the bubble on where we are. You guys are still working through 80 and 81, is that right?
That's correct. We'll give you a call when we're done. But EV crew is hot mic on Space Ground 1, if you didn't copy that.
Okay, copy. We're standing by as you guys work through the steps, and EV1 and EV2 are hot mic on the big loops.
Copy. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. You were hearing some communication there between NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, who you can currently see in the center of your screen. He was speaking with the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, who currently is Steven Zinter. They were referencing some pressure readings on the EV2 spacesuit. EV2 today is ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot. The EMU, or the Extravehicular Mobility Unit, which is the white spacesuit that the crews wear outside the International Space Station.
We are ready for you to pick up in step 81 and subs.
All right, we're going to work our way starting at 81.
Again, they were referencing some suit pressures, and those spacesuits typically operate at a pressure of around.
A couple cleanup steps for EV2 as we are, before we get into the Q card. You're not touched anything, but look on the UIA and check that the depressed pump power switch is in the off OFF.
Depressed pump power switch is off OFF.
I'm going to verify the depressed pump enable LED is on ON.
Enable LED on ON.
Houston Airlock, looking for your go in 84 to start the crew lock depress Q card.
You're going step 84.
Go in 84. All right, Anil and Sophie, I'm on the crew lock depress Q card, step 1. So on the UIA, if you'll take that depress pump power switch to the on ON position.
Depress pump power switch to on ON, done.
All right, we're going to count 10 seconds as it spins up. EV2, you can reach out and take the depress pump manual isolation valve to the open position, and you'll get an alert tone.
EV2, depress pump man ISO valve to open now.
All right, for both 1 and 2, monitor your SUP gauge is less than 5.5, and if it gets up there, let us know.
1 copy. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room as teams continue to work through procedures for today's spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 98. The spacewalkers for today, NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, are currently in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, and that depressurization process of the crew lock is currently underway. The crew lock pressure is now at about 12.4 psi, or pounds per square inch, and it began at a pressure of about 14.7 psi. It has to be depressed down to vacuum to match that of space, and then once that is complete, they will be able to open the thermal hatch and the hatch of the crew lock to exit the International Space Station to begin today's spacewalk. During this depressurization process, they will initially take the crew lock down to a pressure of about 5 psi, or pounds per square inch, and at that point they will go ahead and pause the depressurization process to complete some final suit leak checks and system checks before finishing the depressurization process.
Decreasing our way through 10 psi on our way down to 5.
1, 2.
And this is Mission Control Houston. You just heard a call out from NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. You can see there in the center of your screen, confirming that the pressure of the crew log is now at about 10 psi or pounds per square inch as it continues the depressurization process down to vacuum. Again, they will pause at about 5 psi for some final leak and system checks before resuming and going all the way down to vacuum. Following that call out from NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, you did hear a brief communication with the spacewalkers for today. Again, today's spacewalk is being performed by NASA astronaut Anil Menon, serving as EV1 in a suit with red stripes, and EV2 today is ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot. Once the depressurization process is complete, again, that entire depressurization process takes about 30 minutes to complete. The spacewalkers will then go ahead and switch their suits to internal battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Today's spacewalk is scheduled to begin at around 7:35 a.m. Central Time, 8:35 a.m. Eastern Time, and is expected to last about 6.5 hours. Once they switch to internal battery power and that depressurization process is complete, the crew members will then go ahead and open the outer thermal hatch and then the hatch on the crew lock section. First out of the International Space Station today will be EV1, who again is NASA astronaut Anil Menon, and he will be followed shortly thereafter by EV2, who is ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot. Once they exit the International Space Station, they will go ahead and set up their tools and tethers. Again, they have 2 tethers that attach them to the International Space Station at a given time. They will also turn on their helmet cameras, or their HECAs, and they will begin setup for today's spacewalk. They will also complete what are known as buddy checks, which is where both Anil Menon and Sophie Adenot will basically be examining each other's suits and tethers to make sure that everything is in order before they begin to move away from the airlock. This is Mission Control Houston. Again, we're continuing to provide coverage of U.S. Spacewalk 98. The crew members for today's spacewalk are currently in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock on board the International Space Station as the depressurization process for that crew lock continues. The pressure inside the crew lock is currently at about 6.5 psi.
6.5 psi. You get an alert tone at 6 on our way down to 5.0.
1, 2.
And you just heard that confirmation there from NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway that we had passed that 6.5 psi or pounds per square inch inside the crew lock as it continues its depressurization down to about 5 psi. Once the crew lock reaches that 5 psi point, the depressurization process will pause momentarily to complete some final suit and system checks before resuming it down to vacuum. Throughout that depressurization process, you do hear periodic call-outs by the crew, and this is as they are following the procedures for that depressurization process. Various call-outs are required during the monitoring process, and you do hear confirmation coming from the spacewalkers inside the crew lock as NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway provides those call-outs for them.
We are approaching 5.0 psi EV2. If you'd reach out and take the depress pump manual isolation valve to the closed position, then expect an alert tone.
Yes. Press pump and ISO valve is closed.
All right, copy closed. For both EV1 and EV2 on your DCMs, take the display switch to status until you see leak check ? Long yes to start it, and then follow the displayed instructions. Let me know when you guys are done.
Started.
And this is Mission Control Houston. You just heard the call out there that the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock on the International Space Station is now at 5 psi or pounds per square inch. The depressurization process of that crew lock has now been paused to complete some final suit leak checks and system checks before the depressurization process will resume. And we will hear...
Leak check complete. 02 to EVA, in work.
Copy EV1, leak check complete.
And we just heard confirmation that the first suit leak check is complete and they are
complete. Setting 02 to EVA in work.
Copy EV2 leak check is complete, and let me know when both of you are in O2 actuator to EVA.
Okay.
And we just heard confirmation there that we do have 2 good suit leak checks. So they will complete some final system checks here on the ground.
Both EV1 and EV2 are O2 actuator to EVA. All right, Sophie, take the depress pump manual isolation valve to open. Expect an alert tone.
In work. From man ISO valve to open.
The open. I'm taking the emergency MPEV out here to open to help you guys. All right, both of you monitor your SUP gauge. If it gets up to 5.5, let us know.
1.
And this is Mission Control Houston. Following those suit leak checks and system checks at 5 psi or pounds per square inch inside the crew log, that depressurization process has now resumed. Again, this depressurization will take the crew log down to vacuum to match that of space. And at that point, the suits will be switched to battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Again, today's spacewalk is expected to last about 6.5 hours. As the crew works to complete the installation of a replacement space-to-ground or S-SCANT antenna. This is Mission Control Houston as the crew log depressurization process continues ahead of today's spacewalk. That crew log is now just under 3 psi or pounds per square inch. Once it reaches about 2 psi, the crew will go ahead and complete some additional procedures related to the manual isolation valve, and they will also report initial tether configurations ahead of egress. And then the final depressurization will take place, bringing the crew log all the way down to vacuum.
We're passing 2.0 psi EV2. You can reach out and take the depress pump manual isolation valve to the closed position.
Depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Copy closed, and on the UIA, you can take the depress pump power switch to the off OFF position.
Depress pump power switch is off OFF.
Copy OFF, and as always, it's a pleasure getting you guys to close the vacuum, and we will pass it off to Ann and the team down in Houston for the rest of your adventure today.
Thank you, Jack and Jessica, and hello, Ann.
Good morning, Anil and Sophie. It's game day. Let's do it. We'll take your initial tether config.
All right, I'll start off with EV1. Starting on the left, I've got a left keyring extender that's attached to a small hook on my waist tether, close lock, black on black. Large hook is unlocked on that same D-ring extender. And moving over to the right, I have a D-ring extender.
This is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room, which you can see a live look inside that room there on your screen. The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers being led by NASA Flight Director Chris Dobbins are on console.
Red reel, close lock, black on black. And then that anchor hook is on my MWF. On my red reel, I also have EV2's anchor hook, close lock, black on black. I'm going to hand it over to Sophie to go through her tether config.
Okay, thank you, Anil. I'll start with my right side, right D-ring extender. I have a waist tether, which is also gate closed locked black on black, and the other hand is on my mini workstation. On this right D-ring extender, I also have the red hook, gate closed locked black on black. Going to the red reel, which is unlocked. On this red reel, I have the green hook. It closed locked black on black. The red reel also leads to the yellow hook. Gate closed locked black on black, which is on the green reel. This green reel is locked confirmed, and I see the anchor hook that is going to EV1's red, and I see it's gate closed, not black on black. On my left side, I have a steering extender with the small hook gate closed, but black on black, going to the airlock waist tether, and I see both large hook of the waist tether gate closed, not black and black, and the airlock waist tether small hook is gate closed, not black on black on the airlock D-ring extender that gives a good load path to station.
All right, that is mostly a good config, and unfortunately we had a handover in Hill right as you started talking. So if you wouldn't mind giving us your tether config again. We got everything after the green hook on the red reel, but we're looking for your the status of your red hook and your yellow hook on the green reel, and your right waist tether.
Copy that. Right waist tether is on the right D-ring extender, small hook, close lock, black on black, and the large hook's on my MWF. And the red reel was unlocked. The yellow hook was on the green reel, close lock, black on black. Green hook was on the red reel, close lock, black on black. Green reel was unlocked, and then the anchor hook was on my MWF.
And then we just need the status of your small red hook, please.
Red hook, close lock, black on black on my D-ring right side.
Okay, Neil, we appreciate the extra work there, and those are good tether configs. And for both of you, we're just above 1 PSI. We're expecting about 11 more minutes in the depress.
Good copy.
Good copies.
This is Mission Control Houston. You just heard NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who is serving as the ground IV, working through the initial tether configurations for EV1 and EV2. Again, for today's spacewalk, EV1 is NASA astronaut Anil Menon, and EV2 is ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot. They reported those initial tether configurations ahead of egress, or exiting the Quest airlock of the International Space Station. That egress will come once the crew lock depressurization process is fully complete. There's about 10 minutes remaining in that depressurization process. The crew lock is just above about 1 psi, or pound per square inch. Again, it has to go all the way down to vacuum before that egress process can begin. Throughout today's spacewalk, you will hear NASA astronaut Anne McClain serving as the ground IV, speaking with the spacewalkers and walking them through the procedures for today. And then also there is a CAPCOM, or capsule communicator, who is Steven Zenter, and he will still be responsible for communicating with the crew members still inside the International Space Station. This is Mission Control Houston. You're currently seeing a live look inside the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, and there at the bottom portion of your screen you can see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. Jessica, alongside NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, are providing support for today's spacewalk from inside the International Space Station. Before the crew members for today's spacewalk, again, NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot were moved into the crew lock portion just beyond that hatchway you see there on your screen. Jessica and Jack assisted them with donning their suits, and as well as walking them through their pre-breathe procedures and various other preparation steps for today's spacewalk. Right now, the crew lock is continuing to be depressurized down to vacuum. It is currently sitting at about 0.75 psi, or pounds per square inch. Once it is all the way down to vacuum, the crew will then turn their suits on battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Again, today's spacewalk is the 283rd spacewalk, and it is the third spacewalk for this month and the sixth out of the International Space Station this year. The spacewalk today is expected to last about 6.5 hours, and the primary goal for today is to finish replacing the space-to-ground antenna, or SGANT, on the International Space Station's Z1 truss. This work initially began last week on August 18th, when Anil and Sophie first ventured out of the space station for a 6-hour and 23-minute spacewalk, and they were able to remove the failed antenna and secured it on the station's truss structure. However, they needed a bit more time to disconnect electrical cables and loosen bolts, which delayed the installation of the replacement antenna. So today, Anil and Sophie will go ahead and retrieve that new unit to complete the installation process. Once the crew lock depressurization process is complete, the spacewalkers will go ahead and open the outer thermal hatch and the hatch on the crew lock section and place their suits on internal battery power. They've been working through the depressurization process for about the last 25 minutes or so. The entire process takes about 30 minutes to complete. Again, the crew lock section is continuing to be depressurized down to vacuum. It's currently at about 0.65 psi or pounds per square inch. The pressure of the suits that the crew members wear for their spacewalk, or the extravehicular mobility units, which are those white spacesuits, sit at a pressure of about 4.3 psi. And the internal pressure of the International Space Station itself has a pressure of about 14.7 psi, which matches that of about what we experience here on Earth. Once they begin the process of egressing or exiting the International Space Station, first out of the hatch will be EV-1, which is NASA astronaut Anil Menon, and he will be followed by EV-2, who is ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot. Anil, serving as EV-1, has the suit with the red stripes, and Sophie, serving as EV-2, is wearing an unmarked suit. Once they exit the airlock, they will complete some initial checks of each other, which are called buddy checks, where they examine each other's suits and tethers to make sure that everything is in order and looking good before they begin moving away from the airlock and working into their procedures for today.
Anil and Sophie, we are estimate about 2 minutes left.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. You just heard NASA astronaut Anne McClain, who is serving as the ground IV here in Mission Control for today's spacewalk, speaking with NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, who are currently in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station as they continue the depressurization process down to vacuum. They reported that there's about 2 minutes remaining in that depressurization process. The crew lock right now is sitting at a pressure of about 0.5 psi. For today's spacewalk, again, the crew members will be installing a replacement SGANT, or space-to-ground antenna, on the International Space Station's Z1 truss. Last November, ESCANT number 2 began experiencing periodic pointing issues during auto-track operations, basically meaning it wasn't properly gimbaling or orienting itself to communicate with NASA's Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, or TDRS. And as a result, the flight control team switched operations to ESCANT number 1, which continues to provide high-rate video, voice, and telemetry for controllers here in Houston and around the world. But following today's ESCANT installation, the redundancy for that space-to-ground antenna system will be restored. For a little bit of history, the very first space-to-ground antenna that was installed on the International Space Station C1 truss was carried into orbit on STS-92 in October of 2000. And the spare ESCANT, or space-to-ground antenna that is being installed today to replace the degraded antenna, was delivered on the STS-127 mission in July of 2009. The faulty antenna that was removed and temporarily stowed outside the International Space Station last week.
Okay, EV1 and Neil, step 13. You can verify the EV hatch gauge is less than 0.6.
Hatch gauge less than 0.6.
Copy. You are going to open the EV hatch and stow it.
Uncopied go. In work. Hatch is open and stowed.
Copy. And for airlock, you can take the emergency MPEV to closed.
Emergency MPEV is closed.
Copy. Thanks. Okay, staggering switch throws. EV1 and 2, you can switch power to BAT and expect warning tone.
Okay, 1 will go first.
Yep.
Power BAT.
2 in work. Power BAT.
Copy for 1 and 2. You can now switch your display to Pro to verify functional display.
1 has a functional display.
2 functional display.
Copy. Sophie, on the UIA, switch power EV1 and 2 to off OFF and check all 4 LEDs off OFF.
To switch power EV1 OFF, all LED off, and switch power EV2 OFF, and all 4 LEDs off. Expected H2O is OFF on my DCM.
Okay, we copy, and that is an expected message. For both crew, you can remove your SCU from your DCM, install the DCM cover, and stow the SCU in the pouch with pouch Velcro closed.
One copies in work.
2 copies in work.
This is Mission Control Houston with NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot having placed their suits on battery power. Today's spacewalk has officially begun, that taking place at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, today's spacewalk is the 283rd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
One stowed.
Stowed.
Copy. Sophie, you can check that the depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Depress pump my ISO valve is closed.
Copy for both crew. Take your temperature control valve to max hot, lowest numbers.
One's max hot.
2 max hot.
Copy. You can both switch water to on, ON, water on.
One water on.
2 water on OM.
Check that your DCM is blank and your byte off.
One blank byte off.
2 blank byte off.
Copy. You can each set your temperature control valve as desired. And as you do so, just a reminder to report all TCV changes and best practice not to do large changes over 2.
One set 6 TCV.
2 TCV 5.
Okay, we copy both, and you can report your suit P gauge. We're about to have a handover, so you can set your visors as required, and I'll get your suit P on the flip side.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are currently in a brief but expected handover between tracking and data relay satellite system. We do expect to regain that communication with the International Space Station and the crew for today's spacewalk here shortly. You are continuing to hear some communication from the ground IV, which is Anne McLean.
I see that your EMU TV is on, the one that's up high that we don't use. You can press that button if you reach it.
And Houston is back with you if each crew can report suit P gauge.
One is at 4.3.
2 4.4.
Copy 4.3 and 4.4. You can set visors as required. It'll be nighttime as we go. We see good suit parameters for both of you, so we do not need step 14, and we'll take care of 15 on the ground, and that takes us to egress. So Anil, you are go to open the hatch thermal cover. You'll unhook the strap from the magnetic plate D-ring, move the hook to the tether point, cinch the strap, and report Sharpie lines.
Thermal covers in work.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're hearing communication from the ground IV here in Mission Control, who today is NASA astronaut Anne McLean, there on the upper portion of your screen.
Thermal cover is attached to itself on the D-ring, and it's got 6 Sharpie lines.
Copy 6 Sharpie lines. Anil, you are go to egress the airlock. Let's take the office outside.
Sounds great, Anne. One's egressing.
All right, and as you go out, your first step is going to be to attach your anchor hook on the forward airlock D-ring.
Work.
And Sophie, as you get a little more room in the airlock, your first step is going to be to transfer the medium ORU bag if you'd like to prepare that.
In work.
Okay, EV1, safety tether is closed, locked, black on black, forward, airlock D-ring.
Copy. You can take EV2's anchor hook to the aft D-ring.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're now seeing a view outside of the International Space Station. EV1, who today is NASA astronaut Anil Menon, has opened the thermal cover and is making his way outside of the International Space Station. And he is attaching his anchor hook. And then following that attachment, EV2 will follow.
Black on black to the aft D-ring. We both have good load paths. The EV2 to disconnect their waist tether when desired.
Copy. I'll wait until I'm outside.
Good words, Anil. You can now retrieve the ORU bag from Sophie and stow it on the airlock toolbox. And Sophie, just please report to us.
When you're ready.
And just report to us if you're going to keep the large small ret on the bag or in the airlock.
The large small bag will be placed on the airlock, but it's going to be Anil releasing it as soon as he has his own ret on it.
Okay, I see the ORU bag.
Okay. Near towards you.
Got a hand on it. I'm searching for the handle. Okay, I've got the handle.
Copy, you've got the handle. It's still let it on the airlock.
Okay, I've confirmed a good ret on my MWF, and I'm going to release the airlock ret.
Okay, I am ready.
Released.
See it.
All right, nicely done. And Anil, as you go to stow that ORU bag on the airlock toolbox, Sophie, you can prepare crew lock bag 1.
And what?
This is Mission Control Houston. There you're seeing a live view of NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who is now outside of the International Space Station, and following him soon after will be ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot. Anil today is serving as EV1, and Sophie is serving as EV2. You can also see a tool bag that is floating out there that they're getting strapped and ready for today's spacewalk. Today's spacewalk officially began at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time, when the suits were switched to internal battery power. Today's spacewalk is expected to last about 6.5 hours.
Got one large hook on the top handrail, the toolbox. I'm going to put a second large hook on the bottom handrail.
Okay.
Okay, two hooks are down. And get my ret and come back to you.
Copy.
And Sophie, you can hand out crew lock bag number 1. That's number 1 to Anil. Anil, you'll stow that on your BRT and report the status of the large small ret.
Two copies.
One copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're seeing a live look at NASA astronaut Anil Menon, currently outside the International Space Station as he continues to prepare some tools and bags for today's spacewalk, and then he will be joined outside of the Quest airlock here shortly by ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot.
I'm pushing it towards you.
You see it? Stand by 1 sec. I'm going to just get the rat ready.
Yes.
And you can see that it is currently nighttime outside the International Space Station. So the space station does see 16 sunrises and sunsets per day. So the spacewalkers will be working in alternating light and darkness throughout today's spacewalk.
Okay. Got a hand on it. Pulling it towards me.
Copy. Houston, Sophie, TCV 3.
Copy TCB 3 for Sophie.
Okay, Sophie, I'm confirming a good ret to my BRT, so I'm releasing the ret U.
Copy.
Are you ready?
And by 1. I am ready.
Okay. That's coming.
I've got it.
Give me 30 seconds to put this on my BRT.
Take your time.
This is Mission Control Houston. You just heard NASA astronaut Anil Menon reference a BRT. That is the body restraint tether. Each crew member is tethered to 2 parts at any given time. They also have a unit known as a SAFER, or Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue.
And you are, let's go.
Copy, go.
Okay, and Anil will have you kind of go to the aft side, and Sophie for the forward side, so you can lead that translation.
And I was planning on rotating towards the starboard side. Did you want me to go aft or starboard okay? Forward, starboard.
Yes, that's fine. We like your plan.
Coming out.
I see you coming out.
Safe room.
Good, so. I can see your pliff hitting the hatch. So
Yeah, I'm working it.
okay. Let me know if you want. More vertical will do the trick.
Yep, in work, rotation in work.
This is Mission Control Houston. EV2, which today is ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, is now making her way outside of the Quest airlock, and you can see
And clean.
Copy. You?
Good to see you guys out there. And when you're ready, you can turn on your HECAs.
One HECA on.
this is Mission Control Houston. Both NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot are now outside of the International Space Station.
Copy and close the thermal cover.
By one, I'm just relocating my left waist tether.
You heard them referencing a HECA, that stands for the HD EMU camera assembly, basically the cameras that are attached to their spacesuits that you will see point of view camera views during today's spacewalk.
Looking good. All right, so you're clear, so we can close the thermal cover, correct?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to kick it your way.
And I'm pushing it.
Nice.
Nice.
Thermal cover closed, Dan.
Copy, thermal cover closed. You can position for buddy checks. And just one note for Sophie, we believe we saw your left safer handle up slightly, so if you could double check that one. And for both of you, we'll need HECAs, MWS tabs, safer handles, and then clear tethers and tools.
Copy. And Anil, I think both of your safer handles out slightly up as well.
Okay. Just will take a moment and do a confirmation. We're still, I can see your right down.
Okay, my left is down as well now.
Give me a second to...
Sure.
This is Mission Control Houston with NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot now outside the International Space Station. They are currently performing a buddy check.
Okay. Well, why don't I start with the buddy check here. I can see one green light. You can see 3 tabs are up. And can you rotate to your left so I can get a good look at your right? Okay, that right favors down. Can you rotate the other way? Double check. I can see it, and it is down. Taking a good look at your tethers, will you give us your hat?
The hat is dry.
I think your tethers, I know your tethers are in a good config.
Double checking. Are in good config. Right, let me do the buddy checks for you. I see 3 tabs up. I see 2 safer handle down. Can you move slightly your PGT just so that I'm sure about the right one?
Didn't work?
And that's, no, there's 1 centimeter. You can push it down a tiny bit more.
Is it parallax? I'm putting a lot of pressure on it.
Okay, that's down.
Okay.
Okay, I see 1 good green light. I see your 2 helmet lights for the light. And your tethers look good. I see the acrylic bag, which looks good as well.
I like that. I'm going to move to this forward, starboard side to clear some room for you.
Copy.
And Anil will take a baseline hat from you as well.
Hat's dry.
Okay, we see good buddy checks on both of you. So at this time, you are go to start translating. Sophie, you are going to lead the translation, and you're going to the port Cedar-Kurt. Anil, you're heading to S1 for the APFR setup.
Okay, leading the translation.
And as you do this translation, just keeping an eye on the tethers to make sure that they go where you want them to go.
Copy.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. We did just hear confirmation that NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot have completed their buddy checks. During those buddy checks, each of the crew members examined the other one's suits and tethers to make sure that everything was in order before they began moving away from the airlock. They also reported on their baseline HAP status, and the HAP is the helmet absorption pad inside of their EMU, or the extravehicular mobility unit. They're now moving into the next portion of today's spacewalk procedures. And during this part, NASA astronaut Anil Menon will make his way to the APFR, which is the adjustable portable foot restraint, which will be attached to the space station's robotic manipulator system, which is the candidate arm to robotic arm. Also inside the International Space Station, NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway is preparing for his portion of today's activities. He is prime for the robotic operations from inside the International Space Station. So once the robotic arm is set up and NASA astronaut Anil Menon has safely entered his feet into the foot restraint, NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway from inside the space station will begin maneuvering that robotic arm.
And a reminder to both of you as you approach Phase 1 to avoid inadvertent contact with the deployed truss cable, zenith and nadir of the cedar rails.
Copy, mindful of test cable.
Copy.
How about the cedar spur? Guitar.
Copy, nicely done. And you're heading to the port CETA cart, and you'll be looking to position yourself to get the APFR. That'll be in WIF 3, which will be the top left when you get to the CETA cart. Anil, you know where you're going well. You're heading toward what'll be mile marker 6870, 6870.
6870.
This is Mission Control Houston. There on your screen, you can see both ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot as well as NASA astronaut Anil Menon. Sophie is wearing the unmarked suit, serving as EV2 for today's spacewalk there on the left-hand side of your screen. And Anil is wearing the suit with the red stripes. He is on the right-hand side of your screen currently. Both of the crew members are currently translating on the International Space Station's truss structure. Sophie is currently translating to what is known as a port CETA cart. CETA stands for Crew and Equipment Translation Aid. They are working to retrieve the APFR, which stands for the Adjustable Portable Foot Restraint.
I'd like to let you know we've got great camera views of you. Families are watching. Mission Control is very happy to see you both out there.
Thanks, Ann. Good to know. Please give them a big hug from us. Have someone do it.
Where's CETA cart?
Copy. You'll be retrieving the APFR from the port CETA cart with 3.
Copy.
And you did just hear ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot call down and say that she had reached that port CETA cart. Again, that is the Crew and Equipment Translation Aid outside of the International Space Station, which is where the...
At the NTA, so I'm ready for handoff to Jessica at M1.
Copy, and Sophie, you have your steps at the port CETA cart, so we'll give Anil the COM, and Anil, you can give the M1 go to GCA to the publish APFR install ingress position.
Copy.
Need any more comms, Sophie, or are you okay if I take it over?
Take it over. I'm good, thanks.
Okay, and for MCC, I could see a small sticker. It looks like a mile marker sticker that's headed nadir, twirling at about quarter meter per second.
We copy the sticker heading nadir.
And Jessica, I'll copy.
I've got you loud and clear, Anil. Are you ready for the GCA to the published APFR install position?
Ready for GCR.
Good work.
And I know you've got good clearances, Jessica, but I've also got good clearances, and I'll keep you abreast.
All right, we copy, Anil. You'll be helping with clearances. We're starting motion station aft in 3, 2, 1.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are currently about 29 minutes into today's spacewalk. That spacewalk beginning at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time, when the cruise suits were switched to internal battery power. You're currently hearing NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who is serving as EV1 for today's spacewalk, and you can see him there on the left-hand side of your screen in the suit with the red stripes.
60 centimeters to go. Thirty centimeters remaining.
NASA astronaut Anil Menon is currently speaking with...
We're ramping out. We are at the published position. Will that work for you?
It worked last time, so I call GCA complete.
Okay, stand by for brakes.
Anil is currently speaking with NASA astronaut Jessica Meir.
Go for APFR install and ingress.
Happy install and ingress.
Okay, Sophie, we see you working the APFR. You can just bring that toward Anil when it's ready. And Anil, I'm ready to work your tether swap. Once you have your waist tether down, let me know and I'll read you steps.
My waist tether is down.
Copy. You can lock your green hook on your red reel.
Okay, green hook is locked on my red reel.
You can retrieve the yellow hook from the green reel and stow it on the SSRMS Lee tether point, checking gates and hooks.
Okay, I'm in work.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're now seeing the helmet camera, which is the HECA, on NASA astronaut Anil Menon's spacesuit. We will see these views throughout today's spacewalk. They're providing some point-of-view visuals for each of today's spacewalkers. NASA astronaut Anil Menon is currently working alongside ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot as they prepare the SSRMS, which is the Space Station Robotic Manipulator System, which is also known as the Canadarm2 robotic arm. They will be working to install the adjustable portable foot restraint to that robotic arm. NASA astronaut Anil Menon is also currently working on some tether swaps, moving over to that space station robotic arm.
I'm on my way for you, Anil.
Okay. Okay, the yellow hook is closed lock black on black on the lee handrail.
Copy. Check that your red reel is unlocked.
Red reel is unlocked.
Copy. You can lock your green reel.
Green reel is locked.
And you can retrieve your green hook and stow it on the vertical NTA handrail. Then unlock the green reel.
Okay. Work.
And Sophie, as Anil does that, if you want to look at the APFR, I can give you settings to confirm that we'll be using to install.
Copy.
All right, green hook is on the NTA handrail and the green reel is unlocked.
Copy, Anil. We are good with that tether path, so you guys can work together to install the APFR onto the arm. And you're looking for 12 Papa Papa Fox 6. That's 12 Papa Papa Fox 6.
Confirm Papa Papa Fox 6 confirmed. So we are good, and I confirm pitch knob can be depressed.
Okay, I'm
Copy,
in a good
pitch knob,
spot
thanks.
then, Sophie. If you can send it my way, once I have control of it.
Just sending it your way.
Okay, I have control.
Yes.
Put on your ret if you can.
Yes.
Just going to position it. Almost there.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're about 36 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Black color, black on black. Good pull, good twist test. And I'm going to release this ret to you, okay?
Okay, and I am ready.
And then, Dale, I think you said it, but I might have missed it. Confirm the clocking of 12.
Clocking of 12.
Okay, that's a good config on the APFR. We copy your pull twist and your black on black. And so, Anil, you can get in position to ingress the APFR when you're ready.
Okay, I'm moving to an ingress position.
We copy. And Sophie, if you want to wait and just make sure Anil's in a good position prior to starting your translation, you may.
Copy. Observing.
And so you know you guys are working incredibly You guys are working incredibly efficiently right now. So we're just over half the time that we've allotted for the arm setup, and you're just about done. So really nice work this morning.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
Saving that for the boom.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're about 38 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time.
We're going to have you hold right there until Anil is at the back-off position so that we can get an extra set of eyes and make sure we're all in a good config.
Copy, observing and standing by.
The crew outside of the International Space Station for today's spacewalk are NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who you can see there on the left-hand side of your screen in the suit with the red stripes. He is joined by ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, who has the unmarked suit as EV2. They recently completed the installation of the APFR into the SSRMS, which is the articulating portable foot restraint onto the space station's robotic arm. NASA astronaut Anil Menon is now working to ingress or attach his feet to that foot restraint on the robotic arm, and once that step is complete, then ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot will begin translation or movement to ESP-3, which is the external stowage platform 3 on the space station's truss.
You're doing great, Anil.
Thank you, Phil. I believe my tether is in front of my leg where I want it.
Yeah, in front of your left leg.
Okay. Can you confirm my heels?
The left one is not in. Need to go inboard, yeah.
Yeah, that feels good to me.
No, the left one is not in.
It isn't, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you're there. The left one is in. Let me just change body position to confirm the right one. Yes, the right one is in as well. So you're in great spot right now.
Nice to have you here. Okay, Ann, I am in. So, ready for ECA and next step.
Copy, and Anil will take a baseline glove inspection and a HAP check, please.
Caps dry. Gloves are nominal.
Copy, and again, Sophie will hold you there. Anil, you can give M1 go to GCA to the publish APFR back-off position.
All right, I'm setting my TCB to 4. And to M1, you are go to GCA to publish back-off position.
All right, we copy. Brakes are off. We're getting set up.
And we copied EV1, TCV 4.
Neil, we're starting motion station forward in 3, 2, 1.
I see motion, good motion.
Concur.
Copy, continuing. Over 3 meters to go.
This is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas. There on your screen, you can currently see a live view outside of the International Space Station as NASA astronaut Anil Menon is currently attached to the space station's robotic arm. That robotic arm being maneuvered by the crew still inside the International Space Station. A moment ago, you did hear the voice of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who is at the robotic station inside the space station assisting with today's operation alongside NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. Prior to the movement of the robotic arm, Prior to the movement of that robotic arm, NASA astronaut Anil Menon strapped his feet into an articulating portable foot restraint.
Good to go.
Once you're at the backup
Oh,
position.
looks good. Sorry.
We're at the back off position, Anil. We'll get set up for the JoeCast immediate.
Okay.
Okay,
Stand by.
with that, Sophie, as they get reconfigured, you are going to start your translation toward ESP3. Reminder as a warning to avoid contact with grapple fixtures. That's on the that's zenith of the FSE. So at this time, you can translate starboard under the MT, and you'll be dropping your green hook on handrail 3217, which is just on the outboard edge of the starboard Zeta cart.
Copy 3217.
Good number. And I think that the Zeta card will block the mile markers, but if not, it's mile marker 5760.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now just over 43 minutes into today's spacewalk. NASA astronaut Anil Menon, serving as EV1 in the suit with the red stripes on the upper center portion of your screen, is currently in the articulating portable foot restraint attached to the robotic arm on the space station. And ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, there in the upper left corner of your screen, is translating on the International Space Station's truss structure over to ESP3, which is External Stowage Platform 3 on the Port 3 truss of the space station. Once they are at that location, they will then retrieve the spare S-cant, or space-to-ground antenna. We're currently...
2, 1.
See motion, good motion.
This is Mission Control Houston. You can currently see a live look inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently on console, being led by Flight Director Chris Dobbins for today's spacewalk.
Back with you after a handover.
Got you.
Starboard Zeta cart.
Copy, starboard Zeta cart. Congratulations on your first MT translation.
Thank you, Ann. 3217 insight and inward for the Greenland.
Copy, Sophie. And as you put your green hook down, you can start to give a recon to your translation path. The diagonal beam that we've talked about is probably down there to your lower left. And again, if that doesn't look tenable, then you can always translate outboard more first.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, there on your screen, you're seeing a live view of the outside of the International Space Station. And there on the upper portion of your screen, you can see the space station's robotic arm, which is attached to the end of that robotic arm and an articulating portable foot restraint as NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who today is serving as EV1. Anil and EV2, which today is ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, are currently making their way over to external stowage platform 3, or ESP3, on the port 3 truss of the space station to retrieve the spare space-to-ground antenna, or SCANT.
Copy, green hook on 3217, nicely done. So you can continue your translation starboard, and you can use that diagonal I-beam if you'd like, or let us know if you choose to go starboard first.
Okay. I'm going to choose symmetrical diagonal compared to the one that we've reached. There are far less cables, and my body position as well as feathers will be much better.
Okay, moving on to intermediate, Anil.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. You can currently see a view from the helmet camera of ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot as she continues her translation along the truss structure of the International Space Station over to the external stowage platform 3.
Intermediate position, we're getting set up for the next maneuver.
And you also just heard some...
And Sophie, if you're going to take the 90-degree path, you're looking for mile marker 5490, and you should see an I-beam headed straight down toward Earth that has WIF 19 on it. That's mile marker 5490.
5490 in sight. So I'm not going to take this one. I'm going to take the opposite diagonal.
Copy, the opposite diagonal, and if you head out that direction, there's also would be a handrail path just inboard of the Sarge that can take you down nadir also.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're seeing a view from ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot's helmet camera. She continues to translate to the external stowage platform 3, where she will meet NASA astronaut Anil Menon to be able to retrieve the spare space-to-ground antenna, which will be installed later today on the Z1 truss as part of today's spacewalk objectives. As Sophie is making her way over to that stowage platform, periodically you can see a mirror on her left arm, and those mirrors on their spacesuits are often used to view suit controls and labels as they complete these spacewalks.
And Sophie, as you get out there, just outboard of ESP3, below handrail, or mile marker 5250 is where you'll find some handrails that you can take nadir also.
I'm in a good position right now and heading to B045 for the Foreman lead.
Copy, we see you. Nicely done. Great work on that translation. You'll be heading now aft on the inboard side of ESP3 to our SCANT FSE. And reminder about that grapple fixture, just to not come into contact with it, which will be just above your work site.
Anil, we're ready to take you to the ESP3 position. We're starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
see motion, good motion.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're just over 52 minutes into today's spacewalk, which officially began at 7:27 a.m. Central, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. There on your screen, you can continue to see a live view of the external portion of the International Space Station with NASA astronaut Anil Menon currently attached to the end of that space station robotic arm, which is currently maneuvering to its next location over on the external stowage platform 3, where Sophie and Anil...
corner that we talked about, it looks like you're working it. If you need any words, let us know. If you need to do a rich man's fair lead to keep that tether a little more secure, you can. I know they don't loop around handrails as well as they do in the NBL.
Yeah, so I changed the rail for the 4-man fair lead because the 3041 is not an appropriate one. I used one on the starboard side of ESP3, and I'm still in work. I'll show all the process.
Good job improvising.
This is Mission Control Houston. There on your screen, you can see a side-by-side view of both of the spacewalkers' helmet cameras. So there on the left-hand side of your screen is the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who today is serving as EV1. He is currently attached to the space station's robotic arm and with his feet attached to the articulating portable foot restraint as he makes his way over to ESP3, which is external stowage platform number 3, where both Anil and Sophie will be retrieving the spare S-Scant or space-to-ground antenna for installation later today on today's spacewalk. On the right-hand side of your screen there, you can see the helmet camera for Sophie Adenot, who again is a European Space Agency astronaut who is serving as EV2 for today's spacewalk.
Nice job working that corner. You'll see 8305 is off to your right, and that should lead you straight up to the FSE.
And again, you are going to continue to hear some communication between both of the spacewalkers as well as the team on the ground and the crew on board the International Space Station. So here on the ground IV will be the main person communicating.
It's quite an adventure.
Well, you're making it sound fun. You've got a lot of smiles down here when you get out there.
Yes. All right. I'm on the FSE.
It's a beautiful sight.
Beautiful sight.
And when you're ready to pause there, Sophie, you want to get in a good position where you can see Anil coming in and help us with clearances. And also when you've stopped, we'll take a glove and a hat check, please.
Okay.
I've got good.
So we're ramping out?
Happy ramping out.
This is Mission Control Houston. ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot has made her way over to external stowage platform at number 3, or ESP3. And she was communicating with the ground IV, who for today's spacewalk is NASA astronaut Anne McLean here in Mission Control Houston.
I have a good view on Anil on the weather antenna on the grapple fixture. The 2 grapple fixtures, so I'm in a very good condition to get clearances.
I've also got good clearances, and I'm tracking my crew lock bag and the antenna as well.
Okay, and a reminder, Sophie, you can help us out with the clearances to the WETA with Anil and also to those 2 different grapple fixtures, the one that'll be past his head and then the one that'll be on his left side.
Good clearance view.
I think I've got really good clearance to the one past my head, and I've got my ratchet wrench out.
Copy, read my mind. So with that, and we have got a good heck of you, so Anil, you can give the M1 go to GCA to the published ESP3 bolt access position.
Okay, Jessica, your go to the published bolt access position.
Okay, we copy, Anil. This is going to bring you body left, and I can see your crew lock bag just off to the left of your helmet there. Assume you've got eyes on that.
Got eyes on it, Jessica. Thank you.
And you might have to lean forward. This is if you're going purely body left, you will have to lean forward. So let's observe.
A lot of range forward.
Okay, Anil, we're starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
Lean forward.
Okay.
Clearances. Continue leaning forward. That's good. Body position.
You watch my left shoulder, and I'll keep good distance from the new dish.
The first thing is the bottom of your spacer, but it's good right now. So keep leaning. That's great.
Okay. If you want me to go more forward, use the words more forward.
Copy. You're good. The next closest thing is going to be close to your head.
I see it.
Observe, yes, the dish.
Clear of the dish, Jessica. I've got a good foot clearance from the dish and good body motion.
You can lean back. It's okay. You're clear of the wet antenna.
Okay. Give Jessica some space in case she needs to call the ramp out.
Sure.
You copy. We're getting relatively close.
Check your ingress edge. Lean back your ingress edge.
Call. Ramp out, 3, 2, 1.
Ramped out, and that is almost at the exact published position. You hold here. Let us know if you need additional GCA.
I think the published position was perfect.
Okay, can I jump in?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you ready for brakes?
Complete. GCA complete, ready for brakes.
Bringing brakes on. Brakes are on. Your go for FSC bolt removal.
Okay. Sophie has some words.
Yes.
Go ahead.
The closest obstacles are the dish itself. You can see it closest to your hand. I'll observe your ingress aid so that it doesn't go out. And the second closest one is right above your helmet. You have about 20 centimeters to the top of the grapple fixture. So I'll observe those two. Do not extend your body upwards.
Okay, I will not pitch. I will not pitch back. I will not pitch towards my back.
Yeah, and so if you had to make one error in terms of body position, keep your knees bended. That's going to be better. I mean, it's okay, but don't extend your knees. Okay.
Okay, good word, Sophie.
Thank you.
And Anil, you've verified reached the FSC bolts, so you can now ret to the S-Gant T-handle. And Sophie will take that glove and hap check, please.
Copy, inward.
And I am ready to the S-Gant T-handle. Confirm good lock.
Copy, you can open the bolt MLI flaps.
Nominal, hot dry.
Copy, thank you, Sophie.
Open. Port open.
Okay, just as a caution, confirm that there's no platform motion before each brake torque attempt. So for Sophie, you're just going to be assisting and helping with those clearances. Anil, you can use the ratchet wrench to brake torque on the FSC bolts. Reminder that we're going to kind of go back and forth. So we're going to brake a half. We're going to go the other bolt and brake one turn, and then we're going to go back. So your first release is going to be exactly a half a turn on FSE bolt 2, which is the one that is closest to the FSE on the starboard side. Half turn on bolt number 2.
Half turn, bolt 2, starting now. Starboard bolt.
Yeah, that's concurred. That's the correct one.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now 1 hour and 2 minutes into today's spacewalk. Both NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot have made their way over to ESP3, which is External Stowage Platform 3, where the spare S-scan or space-to-ground antenna is stored.
Your helmet is very close to the thing. If you're done with the torque braking, that's good, but then you're really very, very close to the FHIC. To the grapple fixture, sorry.
Thank you. Half turn, starboard bolt. Felt a significant decrease in running torque with that half turn.
Copy. Good words. We're happy with that. You're going to release bolt number 1, exactly 1 turn. Bolt number 1, which is the port bolt, the other one.
Bolt, 1 turn. Sophie, I'm going to get into position to turn it. You tell me if I'll ask you for your feedback. You tell me if I'm in a good position.
For this bolt, it's okay. We're in good position.
There on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see the helmet camera of ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot as she looks on at NASA astronaut Anil Menon as he works to break the torque using a ratchet wrench on the FSE bolts, which stands for Flight Support Equipment. There's 2 different FSE bolts that are holding the spare space-to-ground antenna in place. So he is currently working to release the second of those FSE bolts.
On turn, bolt 1, port bolt, significant decrease in running torque after the first half turn.
Okay, copy. Good words. You can stow the ratchet wrench in the crew lock bag and retrieve your PGT. And Sophie, as he's doing this, reminder that when he releases, we're going to have you in a position to stabilize the S-scan. We don't mind if you go on the zenith or nadir side, but we're thinking maybe the nadir side to get to a T-handle, but your call on which side is easier to get out to.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to go to the nadir side. The only down thing that I see about that is that I won't be able to observe the grapple fixture, which is the first obstacle. If you want to give some margin, because with the arm movements, there is some, it's very close. So we need some body down of the arm.
I think I have good intuitive awareness now, so I'll just keep this same distance from the bolts. Your call on what you guys saw on the Hecka, and
Anil, we concur. Thank you.
PGT is out and CAL 41 volts.
I am in good body position for stabilizing the S-GAN antenna.
Okay, Neil, your settings are Bravo 7 counter 2, Bravo 7 counter 2.
Bravo 7, counter 2 set.
You'll be releasing escant number 2, bolt number 2, the closest to the FSC. Expect 27 to 35 turns to fully release.
Bolt 2, closest to the FSC, starboard bolt. Expecting 27 to 35.
This is Mission Control Houston. There on your screen you can see the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Anil Menon while he is using the PGT, which is the pistol grip tool. This tool is used to bolt and unbolt various items on the external portion of the International Space Station and will be referenced throughout today's spacewalk. While he completes the release of this FSC, or Flight Support Equipment bolt number 2, using that pistol grip tool, ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot is currently stabilizing the space-to-ground antenna while the final bolt is released.
Fine. Five. $30. $33. I think the bolt's released. I'm just checking. Okay, bolt releases to a hard stop, correct?
NA firm, yeah, we don't expect it to pop out. It's just to the hard stop. So we agree with you that that one is released. For Sophie, you'll be stabilizing the escant while Anil releases the final bolt. For Anil, this is a good time to check because you'll have, before your translation, or correction, your arm maneuvers. So if you need to adjust your TCV, visors, heaters, making sure your ingress 8 is tucked in. And we'll take a glove and a half check.
Okay, in work, Ann.
I'm stable and with one hand on the T handle and one hand on the FSC, good position to stabilize the antenna. The one thing I cannot offer right now is clearances for Anil, the weather antenna. So I will have to reposition once Anil has good control.
Copy and good words. Thank you, Sophie.
And will I be in a night for a period of this holding when I make it back to the boom?
You have about 30 minutes, just under 30 minutes to a night pass. So it's likely going to be a little bit of both.
Trying to determine whether to put on my glove heaters or not. I think I'll leave them off.
Okay, we copy.
All right, I'm in a good spot, and TCV unchanged at 4, ingress 8 tucked, gloves nominal, and the visor is down.
Copy and HAP check.
HAP is dry.
Copy. This time, Sophie can give Anil the go to release the final bolt. Same settings, Bravo 7, counter 2, expecting again 27 to 35 turns.
Anil, stand by. Your left paper handle is up. Yes, it is now down, and I confirm the right one is down as well. So you're a good config now.
Okay, I suspect
Nicely done.
doing that when I'm touching the BRT shoulder joint.
Okay.
Let's just keep an eye on it.
I'll keep an eye. Don't worry. Got you.
Okay, are you in a good position?
am in a good position. You are go to release the bolt.
Copy, go.
We concur.
Five. 10. 15.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are now about an hour and 12 minutes into today's spacewalk. NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who is serving as EV1 for today's spacewalk, is currently working to release the final bolt holding the spare S-scan or space-to-ground antenna in place on the external stowage platform number 3. Once that bolt is released,
35.
they will be able to go ahead and relocate that spare antenna to its new permanent home on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station.
Copy, Bolt 1 is released. You can stow your PGT.
Is enabled for step 14.
And so if you can hold it stable, or you can slide the S-scan slightly to remove from passive FSC pins, or you can wait to do that together.
I'll wait until we're together.
Hey, PGT is stowed. Got a hand on the S-cant. Have control of the S-cant.
Copy, you can slide it slightly toward you to remove from the passive FSE pins.
You ready, Sophie, for this?
I am ready.
Okay. I felt it slide off the pin.
It is released from the SSP.
That's a beautiful sight.
You can see the rear plate is clear.
It's clear, confirmed.
Copy,
Sophie,
rear plate is clear.
You have controls.
Okay, Sophie, you can get it back
You
into
have
position to maintain clearances.
Okay, in work.
And we heard that the rear plate is clear of the FSE, and it will maintain positive control. And when you guys are ready, you can give M1 the go to GCA to the published ESP3 backoff position.
All right, M1, you have the go for GCA to back off.
1 by 1, I'm not in position for clearances.
Copy, Anil. We'll get set up and we will wait until Sophie's in position before we start moving. We're going to take brakes off now.
Okay. Jessica, just for your awareness, I know we briefed this, but just to repeat, we're going to go super slow so I can make body adjustments and we can potentially pause motion if needed.
We concur. We'll go slow and we'll be ready to listen to any pause you have. And a reminder, you have the grapple fixture just ahead of your head, and then it'll be the WETA behind you and then to your left. Sophie, let us know when you're in position for clearances.
I am in position.
Okay, we copy. Okay, Anil and Sophie, we're starting motion in 3, 2, 1. So we'll be going back to the position you started in.
I see motion, good motion.
Continue leaning forward, that's great.
Scan is clear of SSE.
You're good on clearances, continue leaning forward like this.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now about an hour and 17 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. You can currently see live view outside of the International Space Station of NASA astronaut Anil Menon.
You can have whatever body position it will work.
Okay, I've got a good solid body position, left hand on agate, right hand choked up on the key handle, feeling stable.
Okay. We're getting close to our final position here.
Copy.
Of NASA astronaut Anil Menon on the space station's robotic arm. He's currently attached to the articulating portable foot restraint.
We'll get set up for the next, which will be the intermediate position, the JOCAS.
All right, if you can just give me the initial movement I'm expecting of my body, I can anticipate and call the 3-2.
Copy.
Sophie, you can begin your translation back towards your green hook, 3217.
Copy, inward.
Again, this is Mission Control Houston. NASA astronaut Anil Menon currently in the robotic arm.
Translation that will want you to call us when you are at your green hook location, and also when you're passing the NTA where Anil's green hook is located for coordination. And she has started her translation, so Anil, when you're ready, you can give M1 the go to maneuvers to the intermediate through the Z1 back-off position.
Anil, are you happy with the orientation right now of the antenna?
Yeah, I would prefer to reorient it with Sophie's help. It's got a lot of mass, so I think that's the best location to rotate it. But yes, I'm happy. And you go for intermediate to Z1 back off.
This is Mission Control Houston. NASA astronaut Anil Menon on the robotic arm is currently being maneuvered over to the Z1 truss, and he is carrying the spare S-scan or space-to-ground antenna. And the view you see now is of the helmet camera of ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, who is also translating over to that Z1 truss location where the spare S-scan antenna will be installed. The International Space Station is currently in a daytime pass. The International Space Station experiences 16 sunrises and sunsets every day. So throughout today's spacewalk, they will go through several sunrises and sunsets. Right now, the International Space Station is traveling about 260 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean.
This is going to be taking you body out, so basically backwards and a little bit right and down.
Body backwards, copy. Okay.
Going up to that station zenith intermediate position.
Thank you.
We're starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
See motion. Good motion.
Arriving at my green hook location.
Copy, Sophie.
Nil, we'll switch to course for the rest of the maneuver if you're comfortable.
I can handle 33% more speed.
All right, here it comes.
Now we're talking.
Check complete, resuming translation.
Copy, Sophie. And Sophie, thank you for the status calls. We did turn your HECA off for a little while to let it cool down. So if you just let us know when you're passing the NTA.
Copy, MTA report.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now an hour and 23 minutes into today's spacewalk. There in the upper left corner of your screen, you can see the space station's robotic arm. That robotic arm being maneuvered by the crew on board the International Space Station, which is why you can hear the voice of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir from inside the space station, providing updates on the robotic arm's position and speed. And there you can see NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who is attached to the end of the space station's robotic arm in an articulating portable foot restraint, and he is also carrying the spare ESCANT, or space-to-ground antenna. The spare ESCANT began over at the ESP-3, or External Stowage Platform 3, which was on the Port 3 truss of the International Space Station. It was the only spare that was left on board the space station, and now it is being maneuvered.
Receive a card or later?
And Sophie, we have it later, but you're always welcome to tap that on the way in and report it.
Okay, 2 taps on the port one.
Copy,
and arriving at the NTA.
Copy, and we've got a good camera view of you, so you'll keep moving inboard and go down the cedar rail. Reminder, the cedar rail is at mile marker 7200, and you're going to go retrieve the ORU bag from the airlock toolboxes.
Okay.
Sophie, as you come down to the airlock, just a reminder that Anil's tether is going to be strung down there, so just keep awareness of it and let us know if you have any issues or need to fair lead it.
I think there will be some issue. It's okay, it's going to be close to the airlock.
Copy, and we're heading into a handover. See you on the other side.
Okay.
Sophie, run.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're currently in a brief but expected handover between satellites for the tracking and data relay satellite system. We do expect to regain those views here shortly. Currently, NASA astronaut Anil Menon is attached to the end of the space station's robotic arm and being maneuvered over to the Z1 truss, where he will be meeting ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, who is manually translating over there for the installation of the spare space-to-ground antenna.
Back with you after the handover.
Okay. I'm at the toolbox for retrieval of the bag.
Copy, good words.
Friendly reminder, it's stacked down in 2 places.
I see it. Thank you.
Neil, we are ready to bring you to the next position. If you're ready, you're going to be moving body in and down and a little bit right. Are you ready for that maneuver?
I'm ready. You go for Z1 back off.
Okay, starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
I see motion. Good motion. Control.
This is Mission Control Houston. There you're getting a good view of
TCV setting 5.
Copy TCV 5 for EV2.
a good view of that space station robotic arm as the crew inside the International Space Station continues to maneuver NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who is attached to an articulating portable foot restraint on the end of the robotic arm. He's being maneuvered over to the Z1 truss, and that will be the final location for the installation of the spare S-scan or space-to-ground antenna. Once NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who today again is serving as EV1 for the spacewalk in the suit with the red stripes, meets up with ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, who's serving as EV2, they will begin the process to install that spare antenna, which will begin with a boom insert cleaning and lubrication process. So they will be seating and installing the antenna onto the boom. They will also remove 2 gimbal locks and then install a thermal cover. The entire installation process on the boom also includes the hookup of cables and various connections. So again, you will continue to hear a lot about bolts and the pistol grip tool, which is the PGT, basically a space station power tool that is used to bolt and unbolt a variety of bolts and connectors on equipment outside of the space station. And you'll also hear about gimbal lock bolts, which are bolts that were used to release the spare antenna from the stowage location on the external stowage platform number 3, as well as bolts to install the antenna to its new location on the Z1 truss.
And Jessica, I've got good clearances to the boom and the failed antenna.
Copy. Something out, Anil.
Copy?
And Anil, this is where we talked about whether or not you're going to start reorienting.
I am going to give it a try. Are you doing brakes on here?
Negative, that's not in the plan, but we can if you need it.
I don't think it matters. This is a hold point, correct? Well, Sophie gets up there.
And this is the Z1 back off position.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, and
Just a
Anil,
reminder, I will attempt a reorientation.
yeah, and Anil, reminder you'll be here for a little while while Sophie does the lubrication, and we are approaching a night pass.
Copy, thank you, Ann.
And Sophie, when you have a free finger, could you cycle your HECA power, please?
Copy. North. Flag is on the VRT and was about to resume translation, and HICA is power cycle.
Copy, and copy on the back. So you are go to move to the Z1 work site. You know that translation path well. Forward and up the airlock and out to Z1.
What?
And we discussed this. I believe this is okay. I'm just triple checking. I have put a ret on the agate handle hole. I'm going to release the ret from the T-handle and do a rotation.
Anil, we are good with that plan. Sophie, for your translation out there, just a cautions associated with Z1. Avoid contact with the SASA, the CMG covers and shells, the heat pipe radiators, the big shiny mirrors, and the tied down S-gant on Z1, please.
Resuming translation.
Okay, and rotation complete. Do you recommend I go back to the T-handle, or is it okay if I leave it on the agate?
And Anil, that is up to you. Yeah, we're good with your choice.
Yeah. Doing great, Sophie. I see you there. Got eyes on you if you need anything.
This is Mission Control Houston inside the...
Tether control, and or are you there keeping them clear of everything? You're in a good spot.
Welcome back, Sophie, to the adventures last week. We'll be stowing the ORU bag in between ZH-36 handrail and the lower boom handrail, and you'll be pulling out crew lock bag 4.
Again, this is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. We are currently about an hour and 36 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. There on your screen, you're currently seeing a live view of the helmet cameras for both NASA astronaut Anil Menon on the left-hand side of your screen, who is serving as EV1 today. He is currently attached to the end of the space station's robotic arm, and he is holding onto the spare S-gant, or space-to-ground antenna, which was recently retrieved from the external stowage platform number 3. Anil then was maneuvered over to the Z1 truss, where he is now.
The back between 6052 and the boom, it's going to be better.
the right-hand side of your screen, you can see the helmet camera from ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, who is serving as EV2 today. She manually translated over to that Z1 truss location, and she's now stowing some of the crew log bag tools and equipment ahead of the installation of the spare S-scant or space-to-ground antenna onto that Z1 truss location. You will likely hear them referencing some wipes and toothbrushes and other items.
For me, I have the capability to adjust a little bit if you tell me where you want it.
Copy. We appreciate it. We can see the antenna in your hands, and we have a good view of Sophie and the heck as well. So where you're at is great. Thank you. And Sophie, for translating on the boom, a reminder to translate slowly on the Z1 boom, avoiding sudden stops or cyclic loading.
Okay.
Again, coming up, you will likely hear them referencing various wipes and tool brushes and other tools, and these will be used to clean and lubricate the boom insert. So as a part of the space-to-ground antenna installation coming up, the crew will be seating and installing the antenna onto the boom, and then they will also remove 2 gimbal locks and install a thermal cover. Additionally, the installation on the boom includes the hookup of cables and other connections. So you will be hearing a lot about bolts as well as the PGT, or the pistol grip tool, which is the space station's power tool that is used to bolt and unbolt various connectors on equipment outside of the International Space Station. You also heard NASA astronaut Anil Menon calling down to the ground, specifically the ground IV here in Mission Control, who for today is NASA astronaut Ann McClain, referencing his HECA, which is the HD EMU camera assembly, basically the helmet camera that you see views of throughout today's spacewalk. While he is currently attached to the end of the space station's robotic arm, he is looking on at his fellow spacewalker, ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, as she completes some of her tasks, maneuvering over to the Z1 truss and retrieving and stowing various bags and tools in preparation for that boom insert cleaning, lubrication, and installation process.
And nice work getting that stowed in a pretty tricky work site that we left for you. Once you're happy with that bag, we'll be retrieving crew lock bag 4 and tending it up toward the zenith end of the boom.
Copy. And work.
All right, nice job with the Matrushka bags. So we'll take crew lock bag 4 up to the end of the boom, and then you're going to be BRTing in a position on the aft port side for toothbrush ops.
Copy, toothbrush up.
Those cavity creeps.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're seeing a view from the helmet camera of ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot.
And as you get set up, I'm just going to give you some words so you can refine your body position. So right now you're located between bolts 1 and 2. Bolt 1 is on your left. That has the waveguide. Bolt number 2 is on your right, facing aft. We're going to do bolt number 1 second, that starboard one with the waveguide. We're going to be doing that one second, and we're going to want to move from farthest to closest.
Copy.
And Anil, you're doing great playing the part of the mutt ball stack mutt.
I was thinking Statue of Liberty, but I'll take that ball stack mutt.
What do you prefer, to be a toothbrush like me or a metal segment?
Definitely have the hard job.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now about an hour and 46 minutes into today's spacewalk. Again, the expected spacewalk time for today is about 6.5 hours. You can see a view of both of the spacewalkers' helmet cameras for today. So on the left-hand side is NASA astronaut Anil Menon, and he continues to be positioned.
Hey, nicely done. So as you know, your first step is going to be to ret to one of those pieces of tape. Actually, first thing I want to do is take a look at those bolt inserts for visible FOD or damage, best effort.
You're great. Don't see any damage. You see them in my hacker?
We do see it in your HECA. Your words will probably be a little more helpful only for clarity of image, but we hear that you see no FOD or damage.
No further damage.
Copy. You can now take your MWS RET to one of the tape covers, and you'll be relocating that from the crew lock bag door to the waveguide interface place. You're going to make sure that the adhesive gets all the way pressed down and that the tape cover is not directly touching that interface and that you are not blocking access to the agate bolts. While you work that, I'm going to read you a couple of cautions. We want to avoid suit or glove or tool contact with the waveguide interface. We want to avoid getting any grease on gloves or tools or anything other than where we want it to be. And we're going to wipe any excess grease or FOD away from the waveguide.
Once it's on the way down, can I remove my red, or do you want me to remove my red? Seems to be sticking well.
Yes, once it's stuck down, you can remove that red.
Inward.
And once released, you can then retrieve the cap keeper from the crew lock bag that has the EVA wipes and toothbrushes.
Inward.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're currently seeing live views of both of the helmet cameras for NASA astronaut Anil Menon on the left-hand side of your screen and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot on the right-hand side of your screen.
Copy. You can retrieve the AT with the EVA dry wet wipes from the crew lock bag, and you release the Velcro on the wet wipe.
Okay.
And you're going to continue to hear the ground IV, which for today is NASA astronaut Anne McClain here on the ground communicating with the spacewalkers outside the International Space Station. Right now, ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot is working through some steps in preparation to clean and lubricate the boom insert before the S-GANT can be installed. Again, the S-GANT is the spare space-to-ground antenna.
Okay, see with the wet wipe and the toothbrush, we're going to start with bolt number 3 forward. You're going to insert the toothbrush into the wet wipe and
inward.
Copy. And a reminder, we just want to go around the entire circumference of the bolt, applying grease and cleaning the first 2 to 3 threads. And we will take your words on grease transfer.
Sensor nominal. No thought on the toothbrush.
Okay, copy. That's good words. We understand that grease transferred nominally into bolt 3. So you can reposition if you need to for access to bolt 1. This is the one next to the waveguides. This is our most important bolt. And you can do that same maneuver, inserting the toothbrush into the wet wipe to get a small amount of grease, and then wiping the toothbrush around the entire circumference of the bolt insert, applying grease, and cleaning the first 2 to 3 threads.
Inward, also number 1.
And this is Mission Control Houston. Again, ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, who you can see a helmet camera view from on the right-hand side of your screen, is currently working to lubricate the bolt inserts on the boom for preparation of the S-GAN or space-to-ground antenna installation. She is using a toothbrush to transfer grease from a wet wipe, and that toothbrush on the right-hand side of your screen, and then the grease is and the wet wipe was on the left-hand side of your screen there to transfer that grease and lubricate those bolt inserts in preparation for further installation.
That's nominal. No thought on the toothbrush.
Copy. No thought on the toothbrush, and bolt number 1 is nominal. Nicely done. We will now go to agate bolt number 4 on the starboard side between the 2 NZGLs and do the same maneuver, and we'll take your words on grease and FOD when you're done.
Inward, bolt number 4 starboard.
And again, this is Mission Control Houston. ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot there on your screen, continuing to grease the bolt inserts on the boom for the installation of the spare S-scan antenna. Sophie Adenot is serving as EV2 for today's spacewalk, and then NASA astronaut Anil Menon is serving as EV1. While Sophie completes this lubrication task, Anil Menon is still situated on the end of the space station's robotic arm.
After the toothbrush and up nominal.
Copy for bolt number 4. And final bolt will be agate bolt number 2 on the aft side. Same maneuver. Thank you.
Bolt number 2 aft side. Nominal and no thread.
Okay, copy for bolt number 2. At this time, we're gonna talk a little bit about that grease transfer. So what we'll take from you is if you can do a HECA scan and look to see if there is any excess grease anywhere, including the upper boom surface, your suit, or any surrounding hardware.
Okay. There is none on my suit. There's a tiny bit on the surface, which I'm going to clean right away. It's the dry wipe that's containing toothbrush number 1, so that it will contain toothbrush number 1.
Okay, we copy and reminder that dabs pick up the grease the best and to keep that away from the waveguide.
Copy, away from the waveguide.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now about an hour and 56 minutes into today's spacewalk. Currently on your screen, you can see a HECA view, or helmet camera view, from ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot. She is wrapping up some lubrication tasks.
And I'm ready to put the toothbrush inside its wipe.
Okay, we agree. You can stow the toothbrush in the wipe, and then you'll be stowing the cap keeper back in the crew lock bag, and the AET with the wipes back in the crew lock bag. Very nicely done.
Thank you, it worked.
And Sophie is now cleaning up the workstation where she was lubricating the bolt inserts on the boom, which will be used momentarily for the installation of the spare S-scan, or space-to-ground antenna. She was ensuring that there was no excess grease left behind following that activity, and now she's cleaning up all of those various items, including the toothbrush that was used for that lubrication, and putting it into the crew lock bag where it will be stored for the remainder of today's spacewalk. Once that's complete.
And Sophie, your choice after this, your next step is going to be to put the tape cover back. So if you have an extra ret that's inside the bag or on the cap keeper, you're welcome to grab it now. Otherwise, we'll do the same transfer that we did before with your MWS ret.
Okay.
And once Sophie finishes cleaning up that work site and putting everything into that crew lock bag, she will then begin to get into position to install the spare space-to-ground antenna. And currently that spare space-to-ground antenna, or SCANT, is being held by NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who is on the end of the space station's robotic arm. Once Sophie does get into position for that installation, then both Sophie and Anil will work together to complete that installation. As part of that installation, the crew will be seating and installing the antenna onto the boom, and they will also complete some hookups of cables and various connections. And they will
is on the capkeeper.
Copy, tape is on the capkeeper. As you get that garage sale back in the bag, I've got some 2-hour consumables for you guys. We are just coming up on 2 hours. Which means that we are ahead of the timeline. You guys are working very efficiently, thank you. And we are battery limited to 755 on EV1, so we've got plenty of time.
One copies.
Copies.
And this is Mission Control Houston. You did just hear the ground IV, who today is NASA astronaut Anne McClain, call up to the spacewalkers for today. Again, NASA astronaut Anil Menon as EV1 and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot as EV2. They were reporting on some of the consumable numbers, specifically referencing the battery life left on one of the spacesuits. And so the official start of a spacewalk is marked by when those spacesuits are turned to internal battery power. So we're now just at 2 hours into today's spacewalk, with those suits being switched to battery power at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. And the teams here on the ground were reporting that we are a bit ahead of schedule for today's spacewalk tasks, and they are looking good on the remaining consumables and battery life on both of the spacesuits.
We're about 20 seconds from a handover. So we got a good HECA scan already, so we'll take a glove and a half check that I'll get from you on the other side of the handover, but you can get in a position for the spare scan install, which will continue in right after handover.
Okay.
In the handover right now, guys. Looking great out there. We're psyched to see you looking ahead of the schedule.
Thanks, Jessica. Jack.
Okay.
We're back with you after the handover, ready for the glove and hat check for Sophie.
Try gloves nominal.
Copy nominal. When you are in a good position for the spare S-scan install, then we can have Anil work with M1. So let us know when you're in a good position. We do not have camera views at the moment.
Okay.
And you will want to be on the port side of the boom looking at bolt 1.
Mark.
So as we start thinking about getting ready for this maneuver, you are good with your final orientation before you move in?
I've got in the right, correct orientation. Be firm.
Okay, and just a reminder, when we do start this motion, it'll be just a body in for you.
Copy body in.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, we're about 2 hours and 4 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Your visor may have slipped down a little.
Yeah, it's thank you. It's actually that I did not put it back.
And for both, be advised we're about 8 to 10 minutes from sunrise.
Okay.
Can't wait.
All right, I'm in a good body position.
Okay. I take that as an opportunity to chat with Jessica. Do you agree?
Awesome.
All right, Jessica. Copy.
We've got you loud and clear. We're ready to bring you body in.
Okay, I am go for that. I will be doing clearances from the boom as primary.
Okay, yeah, we concur. We'll rely on your clearances from the boom, and if you need to hand over to Sophie for the clearance for the S-scan and the boom, let us know.
Will do. Sophie, I'll make that very clear. And I'm go.
Okay, starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
Motion, and it's good motion.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. There on your screen, you are seeing a view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Anil Menon. He is currently holding on to that spare S-scan or space-to-ground antenna, and he is being maneuvered into position by the crew inside the International Space Station who is manning the robotic arm. Anil is currently strapped into the articulating portable foot restraint of the robotic arm, and he is being moved into place to meet up with ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, who you can see there on your screen, in order to install that spare antenna onto the Z1 truss of the International Space Station, where it will make its permanent home.
40 centimeters remaining.
Shouldn't have an issue with that 40 centimeters.
25.
Continue. Got good clearance.
Okay, Anil ramped out, and this is the published position.
I could take 10 centimeters body in.
Okay, copy, 10 centimeters body in. This is also where we talked before about whether or not you need to be feet down. We'll just bring your body in for now, and you can think about it. Starting body in 3, 2, 1.
Reminder, we'll need an inspection before those surfaces are mated.
Good inspection.
Motion.
This is 15 centimeters. That was 10 centimeters. We can bring you 15 more if desired.
Thinking. Let's go 10 more.
Copy. Starting motion 3, 2, 1. Okay, that's 10.
GCA complete.
Copy. GCA complete. Stand by for brakes. Brakes are on. Your go for S-scan install at Z1.
Okay, Sophie, I've got gross motor control. You've got...
Okay, I've got fine motor control. So you're...
Okay,
was there more?
And for Sophie, if we can get an inspection of the S-scan and boom interfaces, looking at the alignment pins, waveguides, and no FOD or obstruction.
Inspection complete. Looks good.
Copy. You can fully seat the S-scan on the Z1 boom using the alignment pins. Reminder that max load onto the S-scan while on the boom is 45 pounds or 20 kilograms. And minimize all loads above the S-scan gimbals.
You rotate clockwise.
Rotating clockwise.
You have control.
I have control.
Need to slightly adjust body position again.
Okay.
Rotating clockwise.
Clockwise.
Rotation.
Speed.
Continue rotating clockwise.
Continuing.
Spin.
Dock.
And we see that in SOFGOT. Reminder now we are going to manually drive the S-scan bolts, the initial bolts, 2 to 3 turns. You can do that with your hands, the palm wheel, or the ERAD as we talked about. Your choice, and we can go in any order for initial turns.
Can you release... Well, I have control.
You have control.
Can you release the ret that's right in front of you?
No, I need to put first a ret on it.
I've got a ret on the T-handle. So I've got 2 rets on the S-scan right now.
Copy.
If you release that, I will have a ret on it.
Copy.
I can probably give you some slack if that helps.
It works. It's released.
I just send it back to my MWS, okay? And if you get control, I will get the ERAD.
Yeah, I'm just trying. Yeah, okay. The ERAD has control.
You have control. I'm going to take a look as well. You know, that's going to be hard to do a hand start. We'll go with the ERAD.
And understand we're going for the ERAD?
Confirm.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot are continuing on today's spacewalk, about 2 hours and 12 minutes into today's spacewalk. They are currently working together to complete the installation of the spare S-scan, or space-to-ground antenna, on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. They began that process by fully seating the S-scan onto the Z1 boom. There were 5 alignment pins that they had to line up.
Okay with that whole straight? Okay.
Yes.
Good.
And then once those pins were lined up, they moved into the process to begin driving the S-scan bolts. So that is what will begin here shortly. There are 4 different bolts that will be holding the spare space-to-ground antenna into place once complete.
What's your right when you're
See it.
and watch also when you're removing your PTT, the IRS plate.
I see it. Thanks. Good day.
As you get that set up, just one reminder as we count turns on the ERAD that the PGT and the socket will have different turns, so please clarify which end the turns are actually being counted on. We prefer socket, but we know that sometimes you can only see the PGT, and that's fine too.
Okay, the 6 inches off on a 5th pin, good pull test.
Copy.
ERAD is on, good pull test.
Copy, ERAD, and pull test. Your PGT settings for these initial turns are going to be alpha 1, clockwise 2, alpha 1, clockwise 2.
I'm just copying alpha 1, clockwise 2. I'll let you know when it's set.
Copy.
Thanks for holding that, Sophie. I'm good. Alpha 1, clockwise 2 is set.
Copy, Alpha 1 clockwise 2. You are go to drive all 4 SCAT bolts, 2 to 3 turns for the initial, and just let us know exactly how many turns you get.
Marianne, I have to recal. I'll circle back in 1 second.
Copy on the cal, and let us know if you need any steps.
Oh, we're good. Got a good cal, 40 volts.
Just mindful of your ret, the key handle.
Alpha 1, clockwise 2. Is it pulling you?
Yeah, a tiny bit.
Okay. Okay, I've got Alpha 1 clockwise 2 set.
Copy, Alpha 1 clockwise 2 set. You're go to drive.
And okay.
I cannot see number 4.
Okay, I'm going to start with bolt 4. Can you remind me how many turns I'm putting in bolt 4?
2 to 3 turns on bolt 4.
Okay.
Okay, I can see bolt 4. Okay. Mindful of the tool, the antenna.
Okay, I'm going to do the... Okay, I got it. I'm going to do the count.
Copy, you do the count.
Two turns, bolt 4.
Copy, 2 turns, bolt 4.
Sorry, and let's retract that. I thought I got 3 turns. I didn't have enough downward pressure on the bolt, so I'm going to go back with more downward pressure.
Copy, so understand no turns yet on bolt 4.
0 turns, exactly. Yeah.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're about 2 hours and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk. The crew is currently working.
Alpha 1, it does not turn bolt 4. So I'm going to try, if you agree, bolt 2. Maybe I'll have more luck there.
Copy. Copy, and with Sophie, you can also make little micro adjustments to minimize side loading on the bolts. And we're good for you to try any other bolt.
The antenna is pushed, and I'm working hard to stabilize this.
One thing
This is Mission Control Houston. We're currently in a brief but expected handover between satellites on the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, or TDRS, and we do expect to regain those views and communications with the crew on board and outside the International Space Station here shortly. Currently outside the International Space Station, NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot.
For a moment, and then I'm going to take control, and then I'm going to let you do a rep, okay?
Okay.
Back with you after our handover.
Not sure how much of that you caught, Ann.
We did not catch the status due to handover.
Okay, so plan is I'm going to hold down, I have control, Sophie. I'm going to hold down the S-scan. Sophie's going to ret to it, then I'm going to undo my ret to the T-handle, because it's possible that's also adding some challenges in terms of side loading.
Okay, my red is on the
Copy, and we are good with that plan.
So if he has a ret to the agate handle, I'm going to go release my key handle ret.
Copy and concur.
And the crew currently outside the International Space Station, NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, are currently working to...
I see it. Done.
All right, so we will try bolt 2.
Copy, and just some words as you try that to verify the alignment, which you could do just by pushing down on the bolt, even if it doesn't turn, but you can push to ensure that it's aligned, and then checking for any side loading, and you may need to increase axial force on the bolt slightly.
The alignment is good. We can see the bolt going down. The surfaces are flush, so minimal side loading. Copy message.
Copy.
Okay, can you count it if I returning it?
Yeah, stand by. Now there's some side loading. Stand by. Visualizing. Yep, now time to put some force on it. And I'm counting. Not in.
Oh, I agree.
Oh, we're not in.
It's coming off a little bit. Could be that I'm bumping it with that. So I'm going to try. Now that we have the rat, I'm going to try the one in front of me again.
Okay.
Because that's a clean shot.
Copy. I cannot see the bolt.
I can see it. Okay. I believe I got 2 good turns on bolt 4 in front of me.
Well done.
Copy, 2 turns on bolt 4. Nicely done. You're good to move to any other bolt.
We're going to the aft bolt.
This is Mission Control.
Let me try to push it.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're continuing to see views from the HECA or helmet camera.
Copy, 3 turns on aft bolt number 2. One note, if the ret that's on the ERAD, if the ret that is on the ERAD is causing any issues, since that's installed, you are going to remove that.
Yeah, that would be good. I'm going to remove that. Good catch, John. That removed. Okay. Well, and that was 2 turns on the aft bolt. I think
Copy.
I heard 3.
Copy, 2 turns on the aft bolt. So we have 2 turns on starboard and 2 turns on aft.
Stay firm.
I can press on it.
Think so? If you can press on it, we can get this.
I mean, is it going to be? Yes. Okay. Go for it.
Okay.
Go.
Might be side loaded. I can see it wanting to turn. It goes. Okay.
One more house turn. The first house did not go. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. You call the turns on that?
2 turns.
Okay.
Copy 2 turns on forward. Copy 2 turns on forward bolt.
I need to do mine here.
Yeah, if you can put that on yours.
Yes, and work.
And it's possible this handle gets in your way. I can move the handle if need be.
Yes, let me grab the handle on my side.
Yes. If we can go like that, Sophie.
Let's try. Okay, more towards me. More towards me. It's in. Go ahead.
You're doing the count.
Yes.
21 to stop.
It was 2 turns and a half.
Copy 2.5 turns on the port bolt. Very nicely done. We are now going to use EV1's PGT back with a 6-inch wobble for the final torque on the bolts. We do have EV2's PGT using the ERAD.
Can we?
I think what might work is if I do the final torque with the ERAD and EV1's PGT. Like if we replicate, I guess what I'm thinking is if we replicate what we just did, final torque.
We agree with that plan and stand by for settings. Yes, we are good with that. So you're going to be at Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Okay, Bravo 1, clockwise 2 is set on the PGT. And Sophie, I believe, and I were making all those turn calls at the socket. That wasn't clear.
Okay, and this is where we do want to do bolt number 1 first. So on the Sophie side, but by the waveguide. So bolt number 1, Bravo 1, clockwise 2, and you'll expect 4 to 8 additional turns.
Okay.
How many did you say?
4 to 8.
4 to 8 additional turns.
Turn with it.
I think it needs to go down more on it.
Yeah,
you need me to turn it.
Yeah, but it's not aligned with the balls.
I understand.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, you need to brace this well.
Yes, and I'm pushing.
And you're going to tell me when to stop and start turns, okay?
Okay.
I'm braced, so just do a countdown and tell me.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Five turns.
Okay. I'm going to check the PGT. Got a green light, 12.1 torque.
green light 12.1 torque, 6 turns for bolt 1.
5.
And you are going to move to bolt number 2 on the aft.
Okay. And that was 5 additional turns.
Copy, 5 additional turns.
The bolt is flush. It's receptacle. It looks nominal here.
Copy, flush. Thank you.
Aligning. Okay, we can press down.
All right, you're counting, Sophie. Let's just repeat that. Rinse and repeat, okay?
All right. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Sit.
It's not flush. So that was 3.5. Again, avoiding side loading.
Okay. Let me just check the...
I feel that... So that was 3.5.
Green light, and we got 12.1 torque on that.
Copy, green light, 12.1, 3.5 extra turns on bolt number 2.
I will confirm Sophie's observation, which is...
Bolt is not flush.
1 second, Sophie. I'm going to put my HECA on it, and then if you look at it, there is a lip around the bolt that sticks out of the aluminum cylinder. On Sophie's side, that lip is completely flush with the aluminum cylinder.
Copy, we're talking it.
Good eyes, Sophie.
Anil, does it look like that may be driving a side load?
Gosh, I don't think so. I could try again. Or we could come back to it.
Checking. Okay, and we like your idea of going to the next bolt, so we'll go to bolt 3 forward and try the same maneuver.
Okay, this one you cannot count, right, Sophie?
I can count.
Okay.
10.1. And Houston for Sophie, TCV3.
Copy, TCV3 for EV2.
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready, Soph, and I'll get it going.
So I thought we were doing forward.
Oh, we're doing forward.
Yeah.
Well, good call.
Did you just ask us forward?
And could you confirm next bolt?
Yep, next bolt is bolt number 3 forward.
Copy, inward. And I am ready. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
I got a green light, 11.9 torque. How many turns to get, so?
4.5. Same observation, the bolt is not completely flush.
We copy green light, 11.9 torque and 4.5 turns.
Confirm.
And
We're checking.
2 millimeters.
And if you could please drive that bolt one more time, please.
Got a really good purchase here.
Yep, me too.
And there's no way there's side loading here. And it's got 0 turns, 11.9.
We copy, and you can move to bolt 4 on the starboard side.
I'm going to reposition so that I can count.
I think I can do this one. If it's...
I have good view now.
You do? Okay. All right. All right, there's 0 side loading. I'm starting in 3, 2, 1. All right, it's got green light, 12.0 torque.
3 turns.
3 turns.
Copy. 3 turns, 12 torque, green light. Let us talk about that for a sec. Okay, so we're going to talk about the bolts. While we do that, if you can give us a visual inspection of any gaps or misalignment and a wiggle test to see if the S-gant is moving on the boom.
All right, I'll hand that to you, Sophie, to give the verbal.
Okay. Gap and wiggle test is there's no wiggle. It's really stable on the boom.
And if we could do the wiggle test at the T-handle, just to be able to impart a little bit more force.
Sophie?
Let me do that, Sophie. You watch, and I'll...
I watch. Okay, stand by, stop. Yes, there was some wiggle. Out. But we came back to nominal, and now there's no gap again. There was about 2 millimeter wiggle at the base.
Okay, that's a good report. We understand there was a wiggle, and it produced a 2 millimeter gap, and then when you put it back, the gap went away.
Yes, degree back.
Copy, and we're going to talk that for a sec.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're 2 hours and 41 minutes into today's spacewalk.
We think Bolt 1 is fully installed, so we are going to have you increase your PGT setting to Bravo 4, clockwise 2, and we will go in order and hit Bolt 2, 3, and 4. So that is Bolt 2 aft is starting, Bravo 4, clockwise 2.
Bravo 4, clockwise 2 set. And we're hitting aft, Bolt 2.
Good readback.
Correct.
The crew is currently working to complete installation of the spare S-gant.
Okay, I've got good bracing. Sure there's no side loading. Starting in 3, 2, 1.
They are using what is known as a PGT, or pistol grip tool, which you can see there on your screen.
And on the PGT, green light, 19 point. I'm having trouble reading the tiny digit.
Copy, 19 torque, 3/4 turn, green light for bolt number 2.
Confirm.
Checking.
Not fully flush yet.
Copy, checking. And let's go ahead and hit that bolt one more time. Same settings.
Same settings. Facing. I'm ready, Sophie.
3, 2, 1, go.
Turn it all?
Oh, 0 time.
All right, 20, green light, 20.2. Short turn.
Copy, 20.2, green light, no additional turns. Checking. Okay, we like that torque, so we're going to move on to bolt number 3, forward.
Okay, you got that part embraced. Yeah. Give me the count.
3, 2, 1, go. Try again.
We'll do it. That's looking good.
Woo! 3 and 3.2 turns.
Green light, 19.2 torque.
And the bolt is flush.
Copy, bolt flush, 3.2 turns, 19.2 torque, and a green light. Checking. Okay, we like that. You can move to bolt 4, starboard. Same thing.
Bolt 4, starboard.
Is there a hand to press it?
I think not. I think this one's like in front of me.
I can count.
Okay, you're gonna count.
Copy.
I'm gonna start in 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna go one more time, Sophie.
Copy, you go.
20.3, green light. How many turns did you see there?
1.
We copy 1 turn, green light, 20.3 torque on bolt 4, starboard. Checking.
And just FYI, 2 and 4 are not flush.
Copy, 2 and 4 are not flush. While we talk that, we'll take another wiggle test, please.
A wiggle. Okay, no gap.
Copy, no wiggle, no gap, and we are talking it.
Stand by. I see a 1 millimeter, half a millimeter wiggle on just this side between bolts 2 and 4.
Copy, between bolts 2 and 4 on the starboard aft side, you're seeing a millimeter gap during the wiggle test.
Yeah, half a millimeter.
Copy, and we're checking. Okay, nice work on those. Our plan right now is to move on to the NZGLs, and we're likely to come back and hit these bolts again. So we want to stow the equipment, but it's okay if you leave some things set up. We're going to do the NZGLs and then come back to bolts.
One copy.
Two copies.
And Sophie, can you cycle your Hecka button, please?
Copy. Green light. Am I going to release the red or on the
Checking.
on the gate handle?
You are go to release the red.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now 2 hours and 49 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot are currently completing the installation of the spare S-Gant, or space-to-ground antenna, on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. They were recently working on some bolts. There are 4 bolts that they had to manually drive in order to attach the S-Gant to the space station's truss. They were using what is known as a pistol grip tool, or PGT, to install those bolts. And now they are going to move on to some additional tasks for that installation, including mating some cables and other connections. So the S-Gant was seated and installed on a boom, and those bolts were installed. Now the hookup of cables and connections will mostly complete that installation, but then there will be some verification here on the ground, and they may have to go back to those bolts to ensure that they are fully secured.
Good position for help.
And as you get set up, I'll give you a little bit of an overview on the NZGLs, although you're very, very familiar with them. But we're going to be starting with the quarter-turn fasteners, and then we can do the NZGLs in either order. Reminder that this small one is the power one, so that's a minimum of what we want, but we can do them in any order.
Can we do simultaneous up?
And am I go to start on the quarter turns?
Yes, you can release the quarter-turn fasteners from the cable harnesses. Remember, there's 5.
Copy 5.
Sophie, if you're in a position to get the cap from a boom connector, you're go to remove the cap from the boom connector.
Copy, inward.
The quarter turns are off. I'm ready to the cap on J1.
Copy quarter turns, and you are go to remove the cap from J1 boom connector. Once you have the boom connector cap removed, then you'll be demating the S-Gant cable from the dummy receptacle P4J6.
J6 is demated after recenter.
Copy, and inspection of FOD pins and EMI band.
It's right there. The pins, no FOD, good EMI, And I'm checking the receptacle too. For the jack, that is.
Good words.
Jack, no FOD. And the sockets it looks good.
Copy. You can mate P4 to J1 on the boom.
Can work. You know what? I've never been more happy to tell you that it is forward over center mated.
We love it. Happy people all around. Let's go for a repeat. You can now install the cap on the J6 dummy receptacle, and then we'll move to the J2 boom connector cap.
Copy. And so I am ready to the J2 connector cap, but it requires an enormous amount of force to demate, to rotate. So I tried, Anil, after when you're done with it, maybe you can give it a try as well.
That's my specialty.
Yeah. The other way?
That would help.
Yeah. So we have this. Yeah, get it.
And Anil, sorry if I missed it. We got the cap on the J6 dummy receptacle.
I could not force that back. That cap is on, and it's locked.
Copy on and locked on the cap. Thank you.
Hold on.
All right, the plug is demated. I got a good vantage on the pins there, Sophie. I don't see any FOD. I know this was a hard one, so I'm taking a good hard look, and I don't see that spring aspect to it. It looks like a clean cap.
Okay, good inspection. You can demate P5 from J7 and do the same inspection on that side.
I'll pass this back to you, Sophie.
Yeah, I see it. Okay. Oh, wow.
Teamwork, man.
Teamwork. Yeah.
High five.
High five.
High fives from here, too. And we'll take the inspection.
Okay. Demated, good pins, no FOD, good EMI, and then I'm looking in dummy receptacle, and it also looks nominal, no FOD. Like black lines around the ring. That's it.
I think it looks nominal. I can see what I can see from here. Looks nominal.
Okay, and you are going to mate P5 to J2.
Push it.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1. Are you flush on your side?
No, I am not.
Okay, so start again. Remove.
Remove. Okay.
Now, go. No, okay. No. It's flush on my side, but not on yours, so you might...
I think we're off on the angle, aren't we? What about this? What do you think?
This is good. This is perfect.
You think this is good?
Yeah, this is well.
Okay. It's flush on my side. How about yours?
No, it's not flush on my side. Okay, so let's try again.
Okay. Get it right sooner or later.
Yeah, that's good. It's 2 millimeters on my side.
2 millimeters on my side.
Copy. Pushing. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, flush on my side.
Not flush on my side.
Oh. Okay. I think we can do this. Let's give it a couple more tries like this. I think if we just...
Yes, agree.
We're just kind of like off in terms of just our alignment. I think I hit it. Okay, so if I'm looking on this side, I see about 2 millimeters. How about you?
I see 4. So
4. So maybe like that?
I see 2.
Okay, I see maybe like 3.
3, yeah.
Okay, so why don't you do a direct center, push back.
See?
I've got a good purchase, so if you can hold stable.
Okay, I'm holding stable.
Sorry for the crunching, and alright, I've got mine flush on this side.
No, it's not. Mine is 3 millimeters.
Okay, Ann, we're going to relay it to you what's going on, and in case you guys have some troubleshooting, I don't think it's a big problem, and then we will offer a suggestion, but what we're trying to do is set it in, and on the slide back, we keep getting one side flush and one side not flush, and it could be that we just don't have like a direct push-in center, because we're both offset a little bit. So the next thought is to just GCA head like station aft, where I can get like a direct orthogonal push on it. Then open to other ideas, and we'll be quiet.
Yeah, we're checking that right now. Okay, we're just talking a little bit about a roll. It looks like maybe what you're doing right now. So if you can kind of wiggle it while rolling it in to try to get it flush on both sides.
I understand the strategy. It was kind of like working.
Copy, and we've got about
2 millimeters.
Coming up on handover. See you on the other side.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're currently in a brief but expected handover between the satellites for the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, or TDRS. We do expect to get those views and comms with the crew back shortly. In the meantime, we are about 3 hours and 2 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time, and the crew is continuing the installation of the spare space-to-ground antenna on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. They have already installed the bolts and are working on some cable connections.
So we don't have video quite yet.
Are you flush on your side?
No, 1 millimeter.
It's the same. Are you able to roll it a little? It's like a same plane back and forth movement.
No. Move. I think this time it's really well aligned. It just needs a final push.
Yeah. Wait.
Looks like a
What do you think about the hammer, Ann?
Yeah, I think it's well aligned.
And so just want to make sure the handle stays fully aft, and then you can continue to work it. We have a couple directions we can go. If you think the GCA would give you a little bit more purchase on it, then Stephen's working with the crew inside right now to get you GCA if you need it. We also have the option for the hammer if you think it's just a force thing.
I think it's force in the right direction. So I actually think the hammer is going to work.
Agree.
We are good with you using the hammer to tap that on.
Hey, you want to do it, the honor, Soph, or do you want me to do it? I have a pretty good position, but
yeah, I think you're better. I believe your position is going to be better from where you are.
Okie doke. Mind holding this?
I am holding it.
Hammers and toothbrushes on one EVA, that's pretty epic.
They're like opposite sides of the spectrum. Right, rubber side, direct in the middle.
Yeah, and I
on the blue line.
That's exactly it. You got it. Go for it.
I'm going to start out really light.
Yeah. It's going in. You got it. Sure.
It's flush on this
Yay!
side, too.
Yeah, it's all good.
Trying to send you some Earth joy if you can hear it.
Oh, we got to go forward over center. Oh, thank you. It's awesome. I want to see it go forward over center, though, before I
So do we. Let's do it.
Want to push down?
Yay. Nice job, you guys. All right, back to work. Install the cap on the J7 dummy receptacle. Really nice job with that, you guys. Lots of smiles around here.
Great to hear.
Dummy is installed. Cap is installed on the dummy receptacle.
Copy. The cap is on the J7 dummy receptacle. For both of you guys, again, really excellent work on that. We are going to go back and hit bolts number 2 and 4 again. That's the aft and the starboard. And we'll get the setup with the ERAD and the PGT and let us know when you're ready for settings.
I'm ready for settings. I will tell you when they're set, but I'm ready to copy.
Okay, we're going to use that Bravo 4 again, Bravo 4 clockwise 2, and just a reminder that's kind of the max that we can put in the bolt. So Bravo 4 clockwise 2 with the ERAD, bolt 2 aft, and bolt 4 starboard.
I'm going to stay here so that I can help her.
Okay, Bravo 4 clockwise 2 is set on the ERAD, and the PGT. Sophie's right in front of that one, so why don't you get it on there?
Yes, you know what? Okay.
Yeah, you pretty comfortable with that?
I am.
All right, I've got a really good grip.
Okay.
And it could be better. Let me just reposition.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think there's any side loading or anything?
Right now, no. It was good.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Turning?
No. Your turn.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Your turn.
All right, that was another 19.8 green light. We'll try one more time. 3, 2, 1.
Your turn.
Another green light, 19.8.
Green light, 19.8.
Your turn.
And understand no turns?
Your turn. Stay firm.
Copy. 0 turns for bolt 2. Checking. Okay, we will take that, and we'll go to bolt number 4, starboard, and do the same thing, please.
Okay, moving to starboard. Thank you, Sophie.
Yep.
Starting in 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Your turn, 19.8.
Copy, 19.8 and 0 additional turns on bolt 4, starboard. Checking. As we check this, you guys can start thinking about whether you want to use that ERAD on the gimbal lock bolts, or if we're going to end up swapping. Either is okay with us. And we're checking on the agate bolts. And Anil, if you have a free finger, we'll take a HECA recycle, please.
Recycling. Green light on.
Copy, green light, thank you. And we're still chatting. And you guys can just hang out there. We're still talking these bolts and some of the options because we didn't quite get the full turns that we were looking for.
In the meantime, is there any value in another wiggle test while Sophie's got eyes on the room?
You can try that. We don't expect there to be any difference, but you can try that while we continue to talk. Thanks.
Yep, I have good eyes on it. Okay, I agree. There's so 1 millimeter gap. Same as you described on this side.
Okay, and we have the next plan when you are ready.
Ready.
Ready?
Okay, we are going to use the ERAD with Bravo 4, so same settings, and we're going to hit bolt 1, 2, and 4. That's bolt 1, 2, 4. So that's one on Sophie's side. On the port side, bolt number 1 first.
Bolt 1. Just reposition.
Yeah, take your time. Then once you're set, I'll give you head of the ERAD, and we'll do the same thing.
Position. Turn more towards me if you can see. Turn head towards me.
The head towards you.
Yeah, that's good. Good position.
Good position.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to brace really hard.
Yes.
And I'm going to start in 3, 2, 1.
How's the turn?
Oh, wow.
Copy.
Can you look at the PCT and read the... I can't see it.
It's a green light. How's the turn? 19.2.
19.2, half of a turn on bolt 1. Nice job. So we can go to bolt number 2 on the aft.
Can you remove the PCT? Okay, we're going aft.
Good
All
work.
right.
Bolt number 2 aft.
You want to take the handle, maybe? What? In position.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Punch you turn.
19.8. Green light.
Wait, I want to try again. I think there was some side loading. I think now it's better. So go now. 3, 2, 1, go.
19.8. Green light. No turns, would you say?
Punch you turn.
0.2.
And heard 0.2 turns, 19.8 torque, green light for bolt number 2.
Daytime.
Checking. And Neil, can you report on the bolt being flush?
It is not flush. There's a 1.5 millimeter bit that is outside of this aluminum receptacle.
Checking. Okay, what we're thinking is using the T-handle to impart a little bit of force to close that gap and then try the driving again. So if you can somehow manipulate to impart the force to reduce that gap with your fourth hand.
I like this. Okay, you got that, Sophie?
I got that.
All right, I'm imparting force. Got a green light, 19.4. Return?
No, 0 turn.
Let's try that one more time.
Okay.
I've really got a good way of doing this.
Your turn.
Okay, 19.4. I had some good, solid pressure towards that.
Okay, we monitored no turns. We're checking. Okay, and we'd like to go to...
For your information, there is no gap between the surface, the top of the boom.
Okay, we understand no gap. So we'll go to bolt number 4 and try that same thing on the starboard side.
On starboard.
And if you think that would help to use the T-handle to manipulate it while you do the bolt, you can.
Yeah, I'm pressing.
Did you turn it off?
0 turn.
One more time with more pressure. 0. And I got some really good pressure in the direction of bolt 4. I'm super confident about what I was able to put into the T-handle. I got 0 turns, And 19.7 torque, green light.
Copy 19.70 turns with good pressure. We're talking.
Sophie, I feel like there's less movement.
I agree. There's less gap in the wiggle test.
So yeah, we would like
wiggle.
to. Okay.
I think it's gone down.
Understand you're not seeing a gap at all during the wiggle test?
Okay, let us assess.
So there is a gap.
Copy and understand there is some wiggle of the.
Smaller than before.
Okay.
And I put a decent amount of force into the upward wiggle. I don't know. Right.
We're talking it.
I guess I'm trying to relay. I'm putting. Okay.
So you guys mentioned that there was a millimeter between. Does that change when you wiggle, or does that stay static?
It does change. The static, there is no gap at all. And all is flush. The top of the boom is flush with the bottom of the antenna. No gap from no sides. When there is a wiggle with a huge amount of force by Anil, there is an induced gap only on the aft and starboard, about 1 millimeter. Not on the port and forward.
Okay, understand. Port and forward stay flush. And you get, on the starboard and aft side, you get about 1 millimeter of a gap in between the S-GAN itself and the boom face during that wiggle test. We're about 20 seconds from a handover. Sophie, can you head down and get the torque wrench out of the ORU bag, and I'll meet you on the other side of the handover with instructions.
Copy, torque wrench in work.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're about 3 hours and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 98. NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot continue to work through the procedures for today. The primary goal is to complete the installation of a spare space-to-ground antenna on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. They are currently working through those installation procedures and have run into a bit of an issue with 2 of the bolts, so they are going to use a torque wrench to try and get those 2 final bolts fully seated and flush onto the installation location. There are 4 total bolts that are holding that S-GAN in place on the boom, and so 2 of them are fully seated and installed, and they're just trying to get the final 2 fully seated. They have already completed the cable connections for the S-GAN. Again, the S-GAN is the space-to-ground antenna. So then once they get the torque wrench out, they will complete the final installation of those bolts. Right before that brief handover, ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot went back to the crew lock bag to retrieve that torque wrench, and now you're again seeing a live view looking from one of the helmet cameras as they continue that installation.
Neil, would you be able to get it?
Yes, I've got a hand. I've got control of it.
You get control?
I do not have a ret, but I'm going to tell you when I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay, I have a ret. I've confirmed it's locked. I can release the other ret. You okay with that?
Do we work with the ret inside? I mean, if we lock it, then we don't remove the ret from the bag?
Yeah, we could give that a try. If it gets cumbersome, then I say we just let it go, but it's locked now.
Okay.
All right, as you guys get in position with the torque wrench, what's going to need to happen is we're going to need to put 2 pops on each bolt. We're only going to do bolt 2 and 4, so that's aft and starboard, and we're going to need 2 pops of the torque wrench on those bolts.
Copy 2 pops. And while I'm doing this, I want to feed you something for the engineers to chew on. But when we're going to put on these return fasteners again, the only ones I'm going to be able to get on are the Zenith one and the aft Zenith one. The other ones are really misaligned, and there will be no getting them on.
Copy, and those are good words. Those do not go back on in this configuration, so those are only when they're on the dummy connectors.
Okay. Problem solved.
And whenever you're ready in position, it'll be bolt 2 aft first.
Aft first, okay. Sophie, you let me know when you're ready and I'll drive it.
Copy.
And in addition to the 2 popovers, we would like to know if you happen to get any extra turns on those.
I did not.
Okay.
In position?
I am in position.
All right. We're going aft first.
Did you check that it's clockwise?
I did check, yes.
Okay.
There we go. I'm kind of hitting you a little bit. There we go. Okay, ready?
Yes.
It might have switched. Can you switch it?
Yeah, I'm going to switch it. That should be good.
Okay.
Do you have the pups?
So I'm too close to this connector.
Oh, okay.
So
then I can do it. I think. It's for me, it's maybe a pull.
Yep, and we concur with Sophie's assessment.
Okay. Got it, Sophie.
One. 2 pups, 0 turns.
Copy, understand 2 breakovers and 0 turns on bolt 2 aft. So we can go to bolt 4 starboard for the same thing.
Bolt 4 starboard. Your turn.
And confirm you guys did both bolt 2 and 4?
2 and 4. Starboard first, and then, aft first, then starboard second.
Okay, and we're still talking about it.
Copy. Copy.
We're still chatting. We're just in a weird middle ground. We'll get back with you in a sec.
Understand. No worries. It's pretty brief. We were ready for this.
Okay, now that we're all refreshed, we are going to move forward with removing the gimbal locks. So the team down here is confident that we can remove the gimbal locks. We will likely come back and hit these bolts again, so keep your tools handy. But right now we want to move on to focusing on the gimbal locks. So for that one, Sophie, your first step is going to be retrieving a RET and attaching it to an MWS AET and getting that AET set up. You can either retrieve that RET from the ORU bag, or you can use one from your mini workstation to your AET. Some good news, depending how you play this, the gimbal locks do not have labels on them, bolt labels. So we're going to be using directions to kind of talk you onto them. And then you guys can talk about if you'd like to use the ERAD setup again for the gimbal locks, you may.
So ERAD, question, do we start on the forward or aft face first? If we start on the forward face, I might benefit from a little GCA.
We are going to start on the forward side.
Okay, I'm going to do an assessment with the ERAD while Sophie gets that.
Copy. While you guys get set up, we're coming into a handover, so I'll talk to you on the other side.
Hey, Jessica, just as like some heads up, I am going to benefit from head down, feet down, pushing forward about 30 centimeters if that's possible.
This is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room, which you can see a live view of there on your screen. We're currently about 3 hours and 35 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central, 8:27 a.m. Eastern. We're in a brief but expected handover between the tracking and data relay satellite system and expect to have communication and views from the crew shortly.
We can give that setup for it. Do you want that now, or you're still assessing for a later bolt?
I would want it now. I think we just have to coordinate that whenever they're back. I did not request.
We are back with you, and they've talked to Jessica if you do need GCA, and I've got ERAD and PGT settings. When you're ready, we'll be starting again on the forward.
Copy, Alan. Getting set up for 30 centimeters.
And they'll let us know when your breaks off.
The crew outside the International Space Station includes NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, and they are continuing the installation process.
Sophie, can you hold on to this ERAD for one moment?
Yep.
They are continuing the installation process of the spare space-to-ground antenna, or SCANT.
Okay, Jessica, I am ready for GCA. I've got good clearance. I am ready to the torque wrench, but I've got a lot of slack in it, so I can monitor that. I've got my crew lock bag in my eyes, and I have the dish clearance, too. I think I'm in a good state to go for GCA if you agree.
Okay, we copy. Brakes are coming off. We're going to give you that 30 centimeters on you for clearances from the SCAN.
Got it. Here go.
Okay, starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
See motion, good motion. I've got good clearances. No concerns.
You're continuing to hear some communication between NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who is EV1 today, and NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who is currently inside the International Space Station and working to maneuver the robotic arm, which NASA astronaut Anil Menon is currently attached to the end of using an articulating portable foot restraint.
FYI, we can give you 20 more if you end up needing it.
Okay, we'll try like this. Okay, Sophie, I'm in a good spot. And you said you had some PGT for me?
Yeah, your PGT settings will be Alpha 6 Counter 2, Alpha 6 Counter 2. And Sophie, can you confirm the AET with one hook to each gimbal lock is installed on a RET?
Negative. I was still working on my VRT position.
Okay, copy.
Alpha 6 Counter 2 set, and I'm standing by.
Copy PGT settings are set. For your awareness, we're going to be starting with Bolt Lima. The order does matter for alignment. And so Bolt Lima that is unmarked is on the forward side. It's going to be the outermost set of bolts on the port side. So farthest from you, Anil. If you were looking straight at it from the forward side, it's on the very bottom right.
Yes. I see it.
And this is Mission Control Houston. The crew is getting into place and preparing to remove the gimbal locks. There are 2 gimbal locks as part of the SCANT installation, and as part of those bolts, in order to release them, there's several.
Quick question while you're doing the AET. Yes. Are you going to be able to guide this ERAD on?
Yes.
Okay, then I won't ask for any more GPA.
There's several bolts that have to be released for each gimbal lock to be released. So you'll hear different bolts called out by the team here on the ground as they continue to follow along and provide the procedures for the crew outside the International Space Station. Again, the spacewalk going on 3 hours and 40 minutes at this point. It was an expected 6.5 hour spacewalk. They are running a little bit behind schedule. They ran into some issues with a couple of the bolts installation on the SCANT. So there was initially 4 bolts that needed to drive.
Headed to my mini workstation.
Copy, good config. So you guys are go to start with Bolt Lima. Again, on the forward-facing gimbal lock, that is going to be the outermost nadir bolt. So if you're looking from the front, it's on the very bottom right. Bolt Lima, Alpha 6, Counter 2. We expect 7 to 8 turns to release.
7 to 8 turns expected. And we're going for Lima.
Copy, Lima. The handle is annoying right now.
I can move it.
Yep.
That better?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, it's inside.
Okay, I'm starting. You're doing counts, right?
Okay.
Is that a yes? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. I'm starting in 3, 2, 1. Tell me when to stop. I'll tell you when it's released.
Bolts released. 7 turns.
Copy, 7 turns to release on Lima. Your next bolt is going to be Juliet, which is going to be the one directly kitty corner from it. So on Anil's side, zenith most, on the outer bolts, Juliet.
Okay, Juliet.
I think I put Juliet on. We got a good... Do the counting, I'll just get it on Juliet.
Okay, I do the counting.
Okay, I'm starting in 3, 2, 1.
Bolt release, 7 turns.
Copy, 7 turns. Next bolt will be bolt Mike. That is back on Sophie's side, on the port side. Zenithmost bolt, the one directly across from the one you just did.
See? And was it not in? Can you, the handle is against my...
Okay, like that. Move the handle towards you. Nice job.
Yeah, done. Ready.
3, 2, 1.
Seven turns. Bolt release.
Copy, 7 turns on Mike. You can go to bolt Kilo, which is back over on Anil's side. It's the nadirmost bolt next to the Juliet that we did. So directly across from this one, bolt Kilo.
Sophie, would you agree I got Mike?
You've got Kilo. That's good. That's a good one.
Okay, I'm going to start. Are you counting?
Do
you want me to count? I can count.
No, I can count, but just listen again. Alright, okay, I'm ready.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, 6.5 and bolt release.
Copy, 6.5 on Kilo. Next bolt is Hotel. That's going to be the Zenith port bolt. So on Sophie's side, up on the Zenith side, bolt Hotel.
You're high, isn't it, Sophie? I think I can get that on, actually. I can finesse it.
I'm just,
I don't feel like...
changing again my GRT.
Yeah, you get set. Let me take a stab at getting that on there. Okay, I've got it on.
No, not fully. Now it's good.
Okay, you ready to count?
Ready.
3, 2, 1.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours and 46 minutes into today's spacewalk. NASA astronaut Anil Menon is currently there on your screen. You can see him from the helmet camera view from Sophie Adenot, ESA astronaut, her helmet camera looking at him. They're currently working to remove bolts.
6.5 on Hotels. You're going for bolt Echo next, which is the one right next to that one. It's also on the Zenith side, but on Anil's side.
Okay. You got it.
Okay, so we see that. Would you agree? Are you ready to count?
I am ready to count.
They're currently working to release a series of bolts onto gimbal locks. They are working on the first set of gimbal lock bolts. There's 8 total bolts on that gimbal lock. They've completed the release of 5 of those, and they have 3 to go. And then they will move to the second gimbal lock, which has 4 additional bolts that need to be released. And then the release of both of those gimbal locks for the S-scant, or space-to-ground antenna, release will be complete.
Copy, 7 turns. Copy, 7 turns on Echo. You can go for bolt Gulf, which is port Nadir, so close to Sophie, bolt Gulf.
Ready to count?
Ready.
1, 2, 3. .75, bolt release.
6.7 and released. You can now go for the final bolt F next to Anil on the nadir side.
Thank you, go.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
When this one releases, just note the gimbal lock will come loose and we'll just tend it back toward the ORU bag before moving over to gimbal lock 1.
Seven turns.
Copy, 7 turns on bolt F. So you can tend that gimbal lock toward the ORU bag and we'll get set up to release gimbal lock 1.
So right now it's on my mini workstation. And so if we remove it right now, it's going to be kind of annoying in the way. Would it be okay to remove the bolts of the gimbal lock 1 and then move both at the same time?
Yes, we are good with that plan.
Okay, so I need time to reposition then. We cannot have access to.
We concur. As you guys get in reposition, I'll just give you some big picture on what we're going to do next. After we remove these gimbal locks, Sophie will be putting them back in the ORU bag and retrieving the agate heat shield. And Anil, we're going to have you grab the torque wrench and hit bolts number 2 and 4 again.
Copy. And I set my TCV to 4.5.
Copy, EV1 TCV 4.5.
And Jessica and Anne, I think to do also I'll need to GCA back to that original position, so the 30 centimeters head up.
We copy back to the original position, 30 centimeters body up.
And when you're ready, I can get you all the clearances.
Okay, are you ready for brakes off now?
Sophie, would it be okay if I GCA?
Yes.
Okay, I've got, you need any comm or anything?
No, I'm
okay.
good.
Yes, ready for brakes off, ready for GCA.
Brakes are off. All right, we're going to start that headward motion 30 centimeters, so taking out what we put in before. Starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
Good motion, it's good motion. I've got good clearances. I've got my crew lock bag, torque wrench, GT, and I'm clear of the boom and antenna.
All right, that's your 30 centimeters.
GCA complete, I've got good reach to all the bolts.
Copy, GCA complete, brakes are on.
Copy, brakes on.
I'm going to go up and then rigidize my BRT so that I can help you.
Sounds great. Do it again.
Good news is there's only 4 bolts on this one. Order still matters, and we're going to be starting on bolt alpha, which is on the starboard side, most zenith starboard bolt.
Zenith starboard.
And I am not ready, Anil.
I understand. I'm just moving it around. No rush, Sophie. I'm just getting set up.
Copy.
Yeah, I'm ready when you are. No rush.
Yeah, I concur. This is also.
Okay, you ready to count?
I am ready to count.
Starting in 3, 2, 1.
Seven turns. Bolt release.
7 turns on Bolt Alpha. Next one is Delta, which is also Zenith, but on the port side. So port Zenith, Bolt Delta.
Okay, I got it on, Sophie.
Yep.
If you can count, then I'm ready.
I am ready.
1, 2, 3, going.
Seven turns. Bolt release.
Thank you for the help.
You're welcome.
I got it.
Yep, okay, you got it.
Okay, next one is Bolt Bravo, and that is the one you're on. About to have a handover, and we'll see on the other side.
Phil?
I'm ready.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're 3 hours and 56 minutes into today's spacewalk. NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot, are currently working to remove 2 gimbal locks to complete the installation of the spare space-to-ground antenna, or SCANT, on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. There are 2 gimbal locks. The first gimbal lock.
I said, once we
I'm
get
back
Ann
with
back. Okay, go ahead, make the call, Phil.
7 turns. Bolt release.
Copy 7 turns. You can hit Charlie, the last bolt on the bottom left there. This will release the gimbal locks. And then again, Sophie, you'll stow those down in the ORU bag.
Ready, on the clock.
Center house. Bolt release.
Copy, bolt released. Nice job, you guys. You made that look easy. We can stow those gimbal locks down in the ORU bag, and Sophie, you'll be retrieving the agate heat shield. For Anil, you can stow the PGT.
Okay, PGT stowed.
Okay, and that is the last time that we'll be using the ERAD, so you can remove that as well.
Okay, give me some time to work on it then.
No worries.
Thanks. Go ahead. I'm ready to copy.
Yeah, no worries. It's just admin items. Once you get those stowed, then we're going to need you to cycle your HECA again and get a glove and HAP check before we move on to bolt ops.
Tickling the heck is easy. That's happening now.
Can we chat a second for a strategy to remove the gimbal lock?
Yes.
Anil?
I think that's a great idea. I'm with you. I'm listening.
Okay. We'd like to remove the forward one first.
Okay.
And then I will need to protect my visor because it's going to come towards me.
Okay.
And then we'll remove the aft one.
Okay.
As soon as they are removed, of course, no touch of the T-handle. Yeah, just I will need my two hands to translate. So I'll wait until I remove my local. So yeah.
Okay.
How are you able to help to?
I can help a lot if I can just clean up my workspace. So let me get this ERAD off, the PGT back, and then I'll be with you.
We like the plan.
And if in the meantime, Houston, I just star cycle my hacker. That is dry and gloves are nominal.
Copy, Sophie.
And is there anything you want me to put on the PGT after I take this off?
Checking. And Anil, you are going to want this 6-inch wobble back on to reinstall the bolts at the FSE.
Okay, the ERAD's off and it did pull test on the tip pin. It's in the bag and I'm going for the wobble.
Copy.
I'm almost there, Sophie.
No worries, take your time. Do what you need to do.
And Anil, if able, prior to getting your tools set back up, if you can assist Sophie with the gimbal locks to keep those moving down to the bag.
I'm going to assist her right now. I was just worried the ERAD would be a spatial conflict.
Yeah, good point.
All right, I'm with you, Soph.
Okay. So we each got one side.
Okay.
The only thing is that I don't have a BRT in order to be ready. Oh,
that was
sorry.
a lot easier than expected.
Yes.
I'm passing this to you.
Yes, I got it.
Control.
Yes.
You have control?
I have control.
You have control.
Yes. All right, going down with this.
I can
Nicely done.
Stabilize here if you'd like.
Yes, can you stabilize this as
I have control.
Yes. Okay, you keep control. I'm going down a little bit, and then you'll send them to me.
Okay.
It's going to be easy because they are ready to me.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
I'm ready to receive them.
Okay, the rep's going to bring it to you, but I'm going to wait until you got a hand on them before I let go.
I got it.
Okay, you have control.
I have control.
Nice handoff.
Okay, Ann, I'm in a good spot for whatever you want me to do next.
Okay, so we'll do a glove and hap check first.
Hap's dry. Looks nominal.
Copy, glove and hap. So if you can find your way to the torque wrench, we're going to have you torque bolts 2 and 4 again, the aft and the starboard.
First, the wrench is in hand. Which one do you want me to do first?
Bolt number 2 on the aft side.
Starting with bolt 2.
I'm going to pack the bag later because, the torque wrench anyway.
Yep, we got the torque wrench, and you will be putting the crew lock bag, so that's a good plan to leave it a mess right now, and we'll just be grabbing the heat shield.
Okay.
Okay, I got another 2 pops on the aft side.
Copy, 2 pops on the aft side. And we'll take any words on the bolt and being flush or any turns.
Sorry, no turns. Same situation. I can put it in my HECA for the flushness, but it's unchanged.
Okay, we can go to bolt 4, and then we're going to end up having you kind of wiggle that T-handle, see if we can offload and get any turns on these bolts.
Do you want me to do bolt 4 without the wiggle or bolt 4 with wiggle first?
Just hit bolt 4. Hey, we'll do the wiggle at the end, so just hit the bolt. And one note on that, Anil, when we do the wiggle, we're going to need to do it below where the gimbal locks were, so using like the agate handrails.
Okay, 2 turns, unchanged. Let's pass the torque wrench down to Sophie while she's down there.
Yes, well, you can hand it down to Sophie.
And give you the... That's great. And I can also hand you the heat shield. He's coming.
Okay, let me give you the...
Yeah, I'm ready to receive the
torque wrench first. Yes. Then let me do the wiggle second. Okay. Here is the torque wrench.
Got it.
Okay. I'm going to do the wiggle test now. Let me just make sure I understand. Where do you want me to hold it and wiggle it?
So it just has to be below where the gimbal locks were. We don't want to impart a force into those, so probably just using the agate handrails as best you can to see if you see any motion whatsoever on a wiggle test. And we're most interested on the sealing surface between the S-gant and the boom.
There's 0 motion. Gosh, I don't even know how to quantify this, but I can see the tiniest flex. It's a sub-millimeter scale. I put it at like a tenth of a half of a millimeter. I have to put about maybe 30 pounds of force into it. I don't know if you can see it on my HECA.
We're looking. Those are good words. We're talking it.
While you're talking, Houston, Sophie, guys.
we're talking it, and just letting you guys know you're just over 4 hours on the EVA.
One copy.
Okay, let's install that heat shield. You guys can work together to do so.
Okay. Are you ready to receive it?
I'm ready to receive it.
Reminder, as we do the heat shield, there's going to be a strap that goes under the waveguide bolt, and then you'll have 2 quarter-turn fasteners, and we're just going to look for a snug fit, and all the Teflon tabs are tucked in. So you should see a strap that looks like a scrunchie, and that goes on the port side.
Scrunchie to port side. Copy.
I'm on my way.
Want me to start it? Sophie?
Yes, please start, and
it goes under the cable, right?
you start. That's exactly it. You got it.
And yes, under the cables.
Sorry.
And Anil, if you see 2 tethered loops, those are going to be going on the aft starboard side, kind of in between where the cable and the dummy connectors are, that corner.
Just the RT so that I can help you.
Okay, I copy that, Anne. I see those loops. Here's the scrunchie.
Yes.
Scrunchie's through.
One more. And then can you get it from the other side?
I sure can. I got it, and it's going under the cables again.
Yep.
It's through. All right.
Taking care of the elastic guys under these guys.
Up. Going to go for these quarter-turn fasteners, if that's okay with you.
Yep, okay with me.
You can do the 2 quarter-turn fasteners and the Velcro. And we see the strap under the waveguide bolt. Nicely done.
Yep, that's it. Can you check that it's protecting bolt number 3 forward?
Yeah, I can check.
So,
yes, it's over bolt 3.
Okay. We've got 4 good covers on the bolt. I see that the Teflon tabs are tucked in. The quarter-turn fasteners, you're working on it.
Those quarter-turn fasteners are secure.
Okay.
And I'm just putting on the last Velcro.
Copy.
And the strap is under the waveguide bolt, and there's a snug fit around edges and pockets.
Copy. Nicely done. So, Sophie, as Anil finishes that up, you can go down and retrieve crew lock bag number 4 from the boom and stow it on the ORU bag, and then we'll get a glove and a hap check from you.
Can I go to unret this?
And disregard on glove and hap check, Sophie. You're good.
Copy.
You are go to remove the ret.
That is removed. Sophie, is it okay if I release it to the bag?
Go for it.
In the bag. That's a 3-pointer.
Really nicely done. We caught up a little bit on that heat shield. That was good work. So the next steps are going to be to get in position for the handoff of the failed. So, Sophie, you're going to get the crew lock bag number 4 down toward the ORU bag. And Neil, you'll be ready to talk to Jessica and Jack and to get a go to GCA to the published Z1 tie-down removal assist position.
No copies.
Sir, Sophie, when you...
All right, go ahead, Ann. Use Mike.
And Sophie, we see you moving. So once you have that bag stowed with the ORU bag, you'll just translate to the Z1 SCANT temp stow location.
Copy.
Ann, am I clear to talk to Jessica?
And yes, Anil, you can give M1 the go to published Z1 tie-down removal assist. Just work with Sophie on clearances from the boom.
We are in the procedure reference sheet now. We're looking at the tie-down removal assist position.
Awesome. Let me know when you're ready. I'm ready.
Okay, are you ready to take brakes off?
I'm ready for brakes off.
Brakes are off.
And Anil,
this is going to be the 3-part series where we go body up, body out, and then body left.
No copies.
And prior to moving body left on Anil, we'll just make sure that Sophie is down on the Z1.
I am on the Z1, working in the bag.
And Anil, we did give you that extra body right, about 20, body in 20 centimeters. So just making sure that if we come body up now, you'll be able to maintain your clearances.
Yeah, I can maintain my clearances. How much are we going body up? Oh, yes.
It will be body up 30 centimeters.
Absolutely, I can maintain my clearances.
You want me to pause and help?
No, I've got it. It's working.
Copy.
Thank you. I'm ready. You go, Jessica.
Okay, copy. Here comes that body up motion, starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
I see motion, good motion. I'm watching my ingress aid. It's clear. I'm clear of the dish. I've got good clearances.
Out, body up, and now we're going to take you body out.
Body out.
Starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're about 4 hours and 18 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot recently completed the installation of the spare SCANT, or space-to-ground antenna, on the Z1 truss.
And next we're going to bring you body left.
As part of that installation, they installed 4 bolts mounting...
Sophie and Anil, are you ready for that body left motion?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay, starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
I see motion. Motion. Got good clearances. We got a meter. Got good clearances. Good clearances.
50 centimeters remaining.
Got good clearances.
Okay, Anil, this is the published position. What do you think?
Well, I think if you could do 30 centimeters body forward, you could probably get a ret on it. Is that possible?
I don't think so, but stand by. We're going to check first.
While they pack that, the first step is going to be to put a ret on the escant. That can be from either of you. And then we'll be releasing the long-duration tie-down tethers. And Sophie, if you wanted to start the long-duration tie-down tethers, you can.
Yeah, I'm going to first start on the ret.
Sophie, while they talk about that, tell me when you're done with your ret.
So maybe pausing a second, what do you think about the position of the ret?
Well, if you were able, if I lock out this ret and pass it to you, if you were able to reach across the T-handle and put it on the one near me, you'd be in a really good shape.
So this I can do that, yes.
Do you think you can? But I'm gonna get some length here and lock it out. I learned this from Anne McLean.
So does it mean that I do not put my ret on it?
You do not have to put your ret unless it gives you extra stability.
No, I think it's good if I'm going to work on yours rather than mine.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are 4 hours and 21 minutes into today's spacewalk. NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot recently completed the installation of the spare escant, or space-to-ground antenna, on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. They installed 4 bolts, which mounted the new antenna to the escant boom, and they also mated the power and data connections. They did experience some trouble achieving the desired torque values on 2 of the 4 bolts. However, the antenna is structurally stable, so they went ahead and removed the gimbal locks, and they completed the agate heat shield installation, which is the antenna group interface tube on the escant antenna. So that installation process is now complete, and the crew members are now moving on to their next task of the day, which is retrieving the failed escant, or space-to-ground antenna, from its temporary stowage location where it was left after last week's spacewalk on August 18th.
I'm with you.
So all you need to do is rotate it about a foot towards me, and I'll have control of it. That's along the pitch axis, like pitching it towards me.
Copy.
Think that you can achieve that?
I'm just assessing tight arms, which are super tight.
Get too good of a job.
No, we can give you up to 13 centimeters of body in.
I'll take it, Jessica.
Okay, we're starting motion body in 3, 2, 1.
motion, good motion. I've got great clearances.
Okay, and there is your body in limit.
Right, DCA complete. Thank you.
Okay, copy. Stand by for brakes. Brakes are on.
Brakes on. Right, Sophie, this is as close as I can come. I'm about 8 inches away from having a hand on it.
Okay. So, just want to confirm the plan with you before I do this. So one plan would be to release this upper thing, which can easily go, and then come back and I can pull it. So this upper one would be off easily. The down one would be less easy, but the advantage of the upper one would give you the key handle.
Yeah,
what do you think?
I think that's brilliant. I think
okay.
Once you do that, I have a high confidence I can get a hand on it.
Okay, so let me know when you are ready.
I'm ready, and I should probably set my suit up for a long hold, right?
Good call. Yes, you're reading the procedure with me, so I would set yourself up with your TCV, your visor, heaters. Make sure your ingress aid is tucked in, and note that you've got about 15 minutes to losing the big heater that you have out there. So about 15 minutes to sunset.
Okay, that's great work. I learned from the last one.
And for Sophie, for the long duration tie down tethers, we like your plan. You're doing great work on those. If you want to leave one side of those hooked to the handrails while Anil clears the S-gant, you can, and then we can clean them up afterwards.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Okay, TCV is set to 3. Love heaters are on, and I'm in a good position to receive it for the long haul.
TCV 3 for EV1.
I cannot release them. It's too tight, so let me work on it again.
That's on.
Yeah, got it.
Nice work.
Nice job.
One is still attached somewhere.
Astronauts everywhere have sympathy for using long-duration tie-down tethers. Nicely done.
I've got control of the S-gant right now.
Copy. Let me work on the other. Well, the key thing is that I'm going to ask you to move it too much upwards because it's really tight.
Okay. If I need to let go, I can let go too.
No, let me try first.
For Jessica, I'm not imparting any forces into the arm.
Okay, we copy, and brakes are on and no.
Sophie, in case this affects you, do you see the base of the S-gant wedged on near the
And gotta go the other side.
Yeah.
Because this one doesn't work. Too tight.
The one on this side, it actually looks loose. I think you can get it off. Yeah, that one.
Okay, I'm trying another body position.
All right, it's a very awkward position. The instrument through the hook. Would it help if I rolled it away from you? Need some more space?
It's just the gimbal log is in my way. All right.
Let me know. Do you get it?
No.
Can I give you a suggestion?
Yeah.
If you do a full body, if you put your body on this side of the boom, my side of the boom, and you just square up on that hook, you'll be facing it. It'll take a little time for translation, but it'll make the hook really easy.
Yep. Let me try again this one, just in case.
Anil, if it would help you, we can offer you a body pitch in. So basically you would pitch in about 5 to 10 degrees.
I think I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, I need to translate completely the other side.
Yeah, I agree with you. Don't worry about it. Once you get there, that hook will become very easy. Like what you're doing.
We like it too.
Got your feet?
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
So then it doesn't work, my translation then.
It does actually work. You're almost there.
Oh, okay.
You just keep your feet going the direction you were, and now you want your feet going to your left side. That way. Or that way. That works too.
That was quite the Hayaka gymnastics move. Nicely done.
Yeah.
I was going to call it the biles too.
And without even entangling my feet together. Woo. All right, let's do this one from this side. Got it.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a matter of position. Good job.
That was the sound of victory. Nicely done.
Okay, now I need to go back the other side just to check that there is no...
Can you reverse all that?
No, my plan is to not reverse.
Okay.
Just slide this inside. Especially the wire tie. So now it's almost loose, but good enough for you to grab. So let me just get in a good body position.
I've got great control of it, by the way.
I am ready to hand it over to you.
Okay. Your head is by the T-handle.
Yes.
So you'll have to move...
Like this?
Shoulder left, yeah. And then if you just kind of lift it up and over the right side of your head, you can do two things. You can move your body more to that original position you were in F-Gant 1, or you can just do it here, kind of move the face towards me.
Any help on it?
I don't have a lot of leverage to do that. You're going to have to do some little lifting of the agate handles.
Yeah, and work. Really? Okay, it's the agate bolt. It's here.
Okay. I've got it. I've got it. I've got it. I've got it. And I'm moving it towards me so I can get a handle there. There you go.
I release it.
Release it out of control.
Nicely done, you guys. I know that felt painful, but that actually kind of got us back on the timeline a bit. So that was very efficient work. So this time, Sophie, you can go ahead and clean up the workspace. You're going to be getting everything back to the ORU bag and taking that ORU bag toward the airlock. Okay. And we'll hand the comm over to Anil to give M1 the go to GCA to the publish Z1 back-off position.
Okay.
Okay, Jessica.
With you, Anil?
All right, I've got really good clearances and control of the failed F-Gant, so I think I can steer clear of things. And I will, of course, be primary for this area, and you are go for the next series of positions, which I think starts with the Z1 back-off.
Okay, yeah, stand by. We're getting set up.
Sophie, your tethers are looking clean. Your waist tether is about to get caught on the...
Yeah, I got it. I got it. Thank you, though.
Camera's caught.
Did you say?
The camera loop is stuck on the...
Yeah, I see that. Thanks. All right, we're all good config now. I'm packing the bags.
Looks great from this perspective.
Great.
Anil, this is going to be two maneuvers. First, we're going to bring you body out, and then we're going to bring you body right back to that Z1 back-off position where you were.
All right, one's ready.
Okay, starting motion body out in 3, 2, 1.
Good motion, good motion. I got good clearance.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are 4 hours and 38 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. NASA astronaut Anil Menon is currently strapped into the articulating portable foot restraint on the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm and is being maneuvered over to ESP3, which is External Stowage Platform 3. They are currently working to relocate the failed SGANT, or space-to-ground antenna, which had been temporarily stowed over on the Z1 truss following during the EVA, which took place last week on August 18th. So they retrieved it from its temporary stowage location and are now working to maneuver it to its permanent location, which will be over on ESP-3. Again, that is the external stowage platform 3 outside the International Space Station.
Anil, we're going to bring you body right in 3, 2, 1.
Ready. Good motion, good motion. Got great clearance from the S-scan.
We're coming up on a handover. You guys can keep doing what you're doing. I'll meet you on the other side with a big picture.
One.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are currently in a brief but expected handover between satellites as part of the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, or TDRS. We are now about 4 hours and 40 minutes into today's spacewalk, and the spacewalkers today, which are NASA astronaut Anil Menon, serving as EV1, and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, serving as EV2, are currently working to maneuver over to ESP-3, which is External Stowage Platform 3, to permanently relocate the failed ESCANT, or space-to-ground antenna, which had been previously removed from the Z1 truss and temporarily stowed during last week's EVA on August 18th. Following that installation over on...
In 3, 2, 1.
Following the installation of the failed ESCANT, or space-to-ground antenna, over on the ESP-3,
body back and some right.
or
That station's Venus position.
Or External Stowage Platform 3. The crew will then move into some cleanup activities. So specifically, they will begin cleaning up the SSRMS, which is the Space Station Robotic Manipulator System, also known as the Canada Arm 2 robotic arm.
Yeah, I'm good with course.
And just for coordination, we're going to have Anil hold at this Z1 back-off position until Sophie's ready to start translating after cleanup.
One copy.
2 copies. March.
Okay, so a couple words for both of you. First, for Sophie, when you have a free finger, if you would power cycle your HECA, then we can help you with the inventory, so you don't have to do that quite so detailed. We're going to have you finish cleaning up at the Z1, get the ORU and crew lock bag 4 bundled with a long-duration tie-down tethers inside. We'll get a good look at that work site because we'll not be coming back. Once you're completely clear of the boom and start the translation, we'll have Anil start his JOCAS, and at that time we can have Cronus is going to start playing with the antenna that you guys just installed to verify how that went. We have plenty of time. That handoff, like I said, it seems like it was a little bit challenging to do, but it actually went very quickly compared to what we expected. So we're very healthy on time and very healthy on consumables. So our plan is to get the failed antenna back over to ESP-3 and just kind of go back on the nominal timeline. So really excellent work to both of you guys.
Copy.
One copy. Thanks for the words.
Thank you. Is it a good time now for me to ask you a question?
This is a perfect time for questions.
By me.
Okay. So I know you need an inventory, but I just worked super hard to pack the bag. So why don't I just open on the side here and tell you what I see? Do not open like the full thing because now the bundle is ready.
Yes, that works for us.
Okay. I see the 2 gimbal locks. I see the torque wrench. I see the mud ball stack mud scoop. And I see the extra AET on the red. I see Cruller bag 4 with everything in it. I won't open the doors because I tucked the 2 LCTV inside. And we would lose a lot of time if I open the doors. But the cap keeper, the wipes, from the transparency, you can see them.
Yes, we agreed not to open those doors, and that's a good inventory. We're just checking on it. If you'll just give a good scan of the work site, make sure you don't see anything hanging out. And did you already get the HECA button recycle?
Yeah. No, it's done.
You're at the intermediate position, and as Ann mentioned, we'll be holding there.
Happy to hold.
Okay, so the work site is clean. I see anything else than the bag. I'm going to start working on putting the bag on my VRT.
Copy. Really nice work, Sophie. Going from long-duration tie-down tether work into a bag inventory is not the easiest of tasks, but doing great.
Yeah.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are 4 hours and 47 minutes into today's spacewalk. You are currently seeing a live view from the helmet camera, or HECA, of NASA astronaut Anil Menon. He is currently situated on the end of the space station's robotic arm in an articulating portable foot restraint, and he is currently holding on to the failed SCANT, or space-to-ground antenna, which had been previously uninstalled and temporarily stowed on the Z1 truss during last week's spacewalk on August 18th. They have since retrieved that SCANT and are preparing to maneuver it over to ESP-3, which is External Stowage Platform 3 on board the International Space Station. Right now, NASA astronaut Anil Menon is in a holding pattern while ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot completes some worksite cleanup activities.
And Sophie, we don't have a camera on you right now. If you have any statuses for us, we would take it. And we just got your HECA back.
Oh, okay, good. Almost done with the outs of the bag. It is on my VRT. It is attached to my VRT. Just need to remove the second AET that was on the other handrail.
Copy, that sounds good.
Burn.
Viewing translation.
Copy, and we see it. So you'll just go back where you came from, and as you go by the airlock, you can temp stow that medium ORU bag. We have it down as a toolbox, but if you have a preferable location, that's fine too.
Okay.
This is Michigan.
Back into the airlock. Next.
I can put on the D-ring.
Yeah, but just put
Circular
it,
handrail, you mean?
Yes.
you can put on the circular handrail or even on the toolboxes.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are 4 hours 51 minutes into today's spacewalk, and you're currently seeing a view from the helmet camera of ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot. She recently completed some worksite cleanup tasks over at the Z1 truss, where they recently installed the spare S-Gant or space-to-ground antenna. Following that cleanup, as well as a inventory of the tools and items that are in the bag that they have been carrying, she began her translation back over to the airlock, where she will drop off the bag and toolbox, and then she will head over to meet NASA astronaut Anil Menon over at the ESP-3 or External Stowage Platform 3 worksite to complete the installation of the failed S-Gant or failed space-to-ground antenna that had been removed from the Z1 truss and temporarily stowed over there during an EVA or spacewalk that took place last Tuesday, August 18th.
And Sophie, we see you at the CETA Spur. So one recommended location would just be to put that on the front of those toolboxes right there if you want to save the translation going underneath. But just a reminder, we're healthy on consumables and healthy on time, so there's no rush.
Thank you.
For the crew, just be advised that we're going to be doing
Thank you for your patience.
You're crushing it, Sophie. We're going to do the KU checkout, so we're going to be down video for a little while. So if you guys can give us verbal statuses, we would appreciate it.
Man, when does the video down start? Has it started?
It has not started yet. And then we can hold if you need to show us something.
Well, I was just curious when it would start the verbal feedback.
We'll give you a heads up when it's imminent.
Copy.
Sophie, TCV setting 7.
Copy TCV 7 for EV2. For both of you, we're just approaching the 5-hour mark. We're on the timeline, and we are battery limited on EV1. And that limit exceeds anything that we're planning for. So we are sitting good on consumables. You guys are both doing great.
Thank you.
Resuming translation.
Copy resuming translation. Thanks, Sophie. And we'll just take your call as you go by the NTA and as you get to your green hook position at 3217.
Okay, NTA green hook position.
And Sophie, we see you on phase one.
Fine, thank you. NTA?
Copy. Sophie is passing the NTA.
Okay, we copy. Anil, we will get you set up for the ESP3 JoeCast.
Mill's ready. And you have my go when you're ready.
Okay, Anil, this motion will bring you a body in, left, and down. And we're starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
Good motion, good motion. Copy.
I guess we're analyst.
Seems like it.
We hear the IV crew.
What's that?
Have good come with the IV crew.
We loud and clear, and we have good green status for comm with ground.
You think it's related to the KU takeout?
Nope, I got you guys loud and clear, and we can still see you too.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Thanks.
Yep, and we see you at your Green Hook location.
Sophie Adenot. Crossing Weddle, crew lock bags, tucked.
Stepping out of nil.
Ready.
And Sophie, once you have the Green Hook on 3217, you'll be taking that same path that you did before down to the FSE.
Copy. Tether checked, and TCV 4.5.
Copy TCV 4.5 for EV2.
You know, we're going to get set up for that single joint maneuver for the ESP3 bolt access.
One copy.
Human translation.
Copy, and we see you. And we are now one command away from losing the KU video. So we'll take a little bit more prescriptive updates on where you guys are. So as you get down to ESP3, reminder to avoid contact with the grapple fixture target pin shaft to target. You know exactly where that is. And that as we do the robo to maintain clearances to the wet antenna and the trunnion pin.
Copy.
And Sophie will also add the grapple fixture by a null and then the one off to his left, like you were monitoring last time.
Okay.
And Sophie, you can just tell me, stay where you are, more forward.
Copy.
That seemed to work.
My shell lead on 3-0, so that's going to be better for me.
We copy, Sophie. And as Sophie gets down there to ESP3, you guys can work together to get her in a position to monitor the clearances and then work together for timing. When you're ready, then Neil, you can give the go to GCA to the published bolt access position.
Good copy. So you tell me when you're in a good spot.
Can work.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are currently about 5 hours and 10 minutes into today's spacewalk. That spacewalk officially beginning at 7:27 a.m. Central.
Let me start my vocals and everything, and I'll be with you in momentarily.
Good copies.
Ground copies. And you guys are just a couple minutes from sunrise.
Again, that spacewalk officially beginning at 7:27 a.m. Central, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time.
Say that, so Flight 1 hadn't arranged for it.
The crew recently made their way back over to the ESP3, or External Stowage Platform 3.
Awesome, and I'm ready for giving the clearances.
All right. Jessica, you ready?
Okay, we are ready, Anil. This is the one that's going to bring you mostly left and a little bit down as well. We're starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I see motion. It's good motion. I like your speed.
The first movement I'm going to ask you is lean forward.
Lean forward.
Yes.
How's that?
That's working great.
And Anil and Sophie, you have eyes on the crew lock bag as well?
I've got eyes on the crew lock bag.
I've got it. Continue leaning forward. That's good. I do have eyes on the dish, right?
The dish, yes.
Okay, so you might need to move the dish.
We've got a good meter on this side.
And this is Mission Control Houston. You're continuing to hear some communication there between NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot. Anil serving as EV1 today and Adenot serving as EV2. They recently made their way back over to ESP3, or External Stowage Platform 3, to complete the installation of the failed S-Scant, or space-to-ground antenna, which had been previously temp stowed over on the Z1 truss following its uninstallation last week on August 18th. Earlier in the EVA, or spacewalk today, they did complete the installation of the spare S-Scant on the Z1 truss. The reason we are hearing the crew but not seeing them is because there is an intentional KU outage while they complete some initial checkouts of that new or spare S-Scant that has now been installed over on the Z1 truss. It's expected to last about 30 minutes and has been underway for about 10 minutes or so, but we do expect to get views back once some of those checkouts are complete. There on your screen, you're seeing a live look inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas. The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers continues to be on console. They are the execute team for today's spacewalk and are being led by Flight Director Chris Dobbins.
Put on brakes, please. Stop GCA here.
Exxon?
Okay. And you're in a good spot. I'm coming around to help you on the other side.
Yep, and here Neil and Sophie will just work together to install the S-Scant into the passive pins into the FSC receptacles.
Copy. Passive pin. think I've got him in the passive pins, Sophie, when you get there.
Standby?
Yeah, I've got him in the passive pins.
Copy.
I'm good. If I'm going to do the bolts next,
I'm going to get in position so that I can hold it.
Yeah, and just a reminder, it's going to be a slight pull towards you.
Okay.
Keep them in the pins.
Oh, standby 1. Can you hold it? I'm just going to put my visor.
You've got plenty of time.
Okay, visor down, and I have good control of the antenna.
Okay, can you just hold it? I'll put my visor down.
Yes, I'm holding it.
Okay, I've got my visor down. We are now in the passive pins.
All right, nice.
You notice that jiggle there? If you can keep it down like that, do you think you can do that? It'll stay in the pins, but it doesn't take much to get out of them, I think.
What do you mean? Do you want me to just hold this position?
Exactly, yeah.
Yes, I'm holding.
Okay, great. I think we're in a good spot, Ann.
All right, I like it. Nice work, and I bet you're glad to let go of that thing. So at this point, you can retrieve your PGT. We're going to use a 6-inch wobble socket and set Bravo 7 clockwise 2. Bravo 7 clockwise 2.
Bravo 7 clockwise 2. Bravo 7 clockwise 2 is set on the PGT.
Copy. You are go to drive FSC bolt number 1, which is port. It's away from the pallet. You're going to expect 28 to 35 turns to engage.
To 35. And Dad, I'm going to cal it. I'll be back with you in a second.
Copy. As you guys are working that, great news from Earth is that we have good power and data to the recently installed scant antenna. You guys will always have some ownership over that. Nice job.
Wow, makes us happy. Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah, that is great news. Okay. I'm ready to drive that bolt.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now 5 hours and 18 minutes into today's spacewalk, and you're currently seeing a live view inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas, where the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently on console, being led by Flight Director Chris Dobbins. We did hear confirmation that the newly installed spared S-Scant, or space-to-ground antenna on the Z1 truss, does have good power and data being received.
Copy, still counting.
The spacewalkers for today, following that installation of the spare S-Scan on the Z1 truss, went ahead and maneuvered and translated over to
25.3 green light.
Green light, 25.3 torque, 36 turns on FSC bolt 1. You're going to drive FSC bolt number 2, starboard bolt toward the pallet.
Towards the pallet, inward.
Copy.
Again, they went ahead and maneuvered over to external stowage platform number 3 to where they're now installing the failed S-Scant or space-to-ground antenna, which had been previously removed from the Z1 truss last week during an EVA on August 18th. They are currently working to drive two FSE or flight support equipment bolts to firmly install that failed S-Scant over there on the external stowage platform number 3. They have completed one of those bolt installations and are working on the second one using the PGT or pistol grip tool.
$15. 20. 30, 25, sorry.
Copy.
30. 36 turns, 25.3 torque. Green light.
Copy. Nicely done. We got 36 turns, 25.3 torque, green light. You can now stow your PGT, and you'll install the MLI booties on the FSE bolts. And Sophie, you can get back in position for arm clearances.
Green mark.
And this is Mission Control Houston. Those two FSE or flight support equipment bolts have been installed on the failed S-Scant or space-to-ground antenna on the external stowage platform number 3. They are now putting away the PGT or pistol grip tool and installing some MLI booties. MLI is multi-layer insulation on top of those bolts to complete that installation.
MLI booties velcroed on.
Copy. Very nicely done. Good work there. At this time, we are going to go clean up the arm. So once Sophie's in a good position, actually we'll get a glove and a hap check from both of you before starting.
It's checking.
North.
All right, try out nominal gloves for EV1.
I have nominal gloves for EV.
Copy. Glove and hap check for both EV1 and 2. Thank you. Once you're in position, Sophie, then Anil, you can give M1 go to GCA to the published ESP3 back-off position.
I'm in good position.
Sophie, any advice here? Or just
Stay lean forward.
stay lean forward? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, watch this. I'm going to watch this, but
Yes.
I do have a close passage here. But I got eyes on that. You just watch my head, okay?
I do.
Okay, Jessica, hard copy.
We've got you loud and clear. We're ready to take you to the ESP3 back off if you're ready.
I'm ready. You have my go.
You're going to be moving body right back where you were, starting motion. I know we're starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
See motion, good motion. Clearances are getting better.
I'll be continuing.
This is Mission Control Houston. NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot have successfully completed the installation of the spare S-Scant or space-to-ground antenna on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. They were also able to go ahead and retrieve the failed ESCANT from its temporary stowage location and install it on the ESP, or external stowage platform number 3. Now that those tasks are complete, they are being maneuvered back over near the airlock, and the final cleanup steps for the SSRMS will take place, and that is the Space Station Robotic Manipulator System, also known as the Canadarm2 robotic arm. Throughout today's spacewalk, NASA astronaut Anil Menon, serving as EV1, has been positioned on the end of that robotic arm using the articulatory portable foot restraint.
Ramping out, Anil will get set up for the intermediate position JOCAS.
Copies.
Once the robotic arm is maneuvered into its proper egress position, NASA astronaut Anil Menon will go ahead and exit that articulating portable foot restraint.
Sophie, you're going to be translating back up to face 1, staying outboard of the arm position where you were before. We're going to have you do that same APFR pickup and putting it back on the seat cart. And Anil, you'll be working the tether swap. Just for your guys' awareness, we're at about 5:25 total EVA time so far.
Copy. 1 copy.
Anil, we're starting motion back up to the intermediate position in 3, 2, 1.
And Sophie, you're going to translate to your green hook.
And what?
We have you both back on video.
How'd the checkout? Oh, the checkout went well, you said, right?
Yeah, we have power and data. We haven't checked the waveguide signal yet.
I'm on the starboard seater card. Do you want me to tap twice?
And for big picture for you guys, we are at 5.5 hours, and our plan is to clean up the arm and do a nominal ingress.
Sounds good.
Copy. Starboard seater card. Do you want me to tap twice?
Yes, Sophie, we're going to need the 2 brake tap on both the starboard and port seater carts as you go by.
Copy. Port is done.
And we copied the 2 taps on the port Theta cart.
That's the starboard one. I'm arriving at my green hook location.
Copy, yes, starboard one.
I don't know, we're ramping out.
One cap.
No, we're getting set up for the JOCAS to the APFR back-off position.
One cap.
No, we're starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
Sophie, can you pause there real quick? And we're going to need you to just U-turn to the left and hit those brake pedals right there by your left hand that are on the inboard side.
Copy. Work.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Sophie.
You're welcome. Two taps on the starboard side of the port Theta cart.
Copy, and we're going to need those on the inboard side as you translate off the other side, and you can find a good position where you can watch your crewmate come into phase 1.
Copy.
Sophie, have you got the bandwidth Waved at the camera.
You're behind.
And we saw your two taps on the port seat of Kurt, and we'll want to hold you there, Sophie. I don't want to move too much farther inboard because Neil's going to be coming right over your right shoulder.
Okay, so I'm going to go 1 mile after outboard.
Yeah, that looks pretty good. I think that'll be clear.
Okay, Neil, we are at the back off position.
Be back off. Let Sophie get situated for 1 second.
Give me a sec.
Yep, and once you guys are ready, and it'll be given the
we're
go.
getting set up for the next maneuver.
Yep, and I think you already know your next step is to give a go to the published APFR egress position whenever you're ready, and Sophie's set up.
For that, TCV set to 5.
Copy, EV1 TCV 5.
You are in no rush here, so take your time.
All right. I'm in good position.
Okay. You can get eyes on me?
I can get eyes on you.
Okay. All right, Jessica. I'm ready for the APFR published. Go for TA to publish APFR egress position.
You know, we're still getting set up. We'll let you know when we're starting motion.
Sounds good.
Okay, now we're ready to bring you station aft, starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
See motion, good motion. We got great clearances. I'm going to lean back a little. Off your right shoulder, Sophie, but I've got clearances from you.
Yep.
See a meter to truss, and I've got good clearances leaning back.
Clearances confirmed.
50 centimeters remaining.
Yeah.
15 centimeters remaining.
Plenty of room.
All right, there's your published position.
GCA complete. Good job.
Copy, GCA complete. Brakes are coming on.
E-brake.
Nil.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are currently in a brief but expected handover between the tracking and data relay satellite systems. We are about 5 hours and 39 minutes into today's spacewalk. Today is U.S. Spacewalk 98. NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot are currently completing
Okay, we're back with you after handover. So, Anil, you are go to egress the APFR. Sophie, your next step is going... Yep, and Sophie, you'll get in a position to retrieve that APFR.
In work.
The crew is currently completing some final steps related to the SSRMS cleanup, and that stands for the Space Station Robotic Manipulator System, which is also known as the Canadarm2 Robotic Arm. Throughout today's spacewalk, NASA astronaut Anil Menon has been strapped into the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, or APFR, at the end of that robotic arm to complete the various tasks of installing the spare SGANT, or space-to-ground antenna, on the Z1 truss. Now that those tasks are complete, he will go ahead and egress or exit that articulating portable foot restraint. And then ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot will go ahead and retrieve that foot restraint and put it back in its stowage position.
What's your RIT? What? I'll give you a RIT.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you could just put it on that if you want. It's probably easy to put it right here. I put it in last time? Yeah, perfect. All right, we got a RET for the APFR. Let me just do a couple things here, Sophie.
Yep, take your time.
Currently on your screen, you're seeing a view from the helmet camera, or the HECO, which stands for HD-EMU camera assembly, which is attached to the spacesuit of NASA astronaut Anil Menon. You can see him looking on at ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot. The space station is currently in a daytime pass as it flies about 260 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean.
Okay, so you've got a RET to it. I'm going to remove it, okay?
I'm ready for that.
APFR is off. It is in your hands. You have control.
I have control.
Okay, and the APFR is handed off.
Copy, yeah, if you can just move your HECA so we can look at that APFR position on your left cuff checklist.
Who are you talking to?
All right, and Sophie, we'll have you take the APFR over to the port CETA cart with number 3. And Anil, you'll get in position for the tether swap.
Okay, I'm in position for at least taking off the yellow hook when it's time. Or sorry, that is not correct.
Okay, yes. Let's wait for a sec there. So we'll get your waist tether down. And the first thing we're to do is to retrieve your green hook from the NTA vertical handrail.
Tether is down, and I'm going for that green hook.
Copy. And if you want to lock your green rail beforehand, you can. You can retrieve the green hook and put it on your red rail.
I'm going to lock the green rail.
Okay, so from Sophie, I'll let you finish your steps, but I have something.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I'm almost there. Okay, green hook on red reel, locked, black on black, closed.
Copy. You can unlock that reel.
Green reel is unlocked.
And you'll release your yellow hook from the SSRMS Lee and attach it to your green tether reel with a gate closed, hook locked.
Okay, I'm going for that. Sophie, you can use the comm if you'd like to talk to him.
Okay. So I'm having more and more difficulty to move my left shoulder. The left joint of the EMU is becoming really stiff. And I tried the chicken wings and the usual thing that I do that works usually. It's not a problem of me being sorry, I'm fine. It's just the joint is really, really stiff.
Okay, we copy, and once Anil's done with his tether swap, we can have him come give you a hand with it, if you want to hold there for a sec.
Yeah,
Stand by, we're almost there.
Nice heck of you.
All right, yellow hook is now on the green reel, closed, locked, black on black. Running a good config. I can target over here.
All right, we concur. So we got your yellow hook on the green tether reel. So at this time, if you want to assist Sophie, we just need to get the APFR back onto the port CETA cart.
Yeah. There's two things we can. I can pick it up from you, Sophie. Or.
Because I have really reduced mobility on my left shoulder right now.
Why don't I get the APFR? But let's take a second to figure out how I cross and get it from you.
And we can move the arm out of your way as well.
Okay.
Absolutely. Let's get that arm moving. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Okay, if everything is clear of the arm, we are ready for that last maneuver to the back-off position.
That might go.
Okay, what I suggest is I go back to the port CETA cart. This I can do.
Okay.
And then there we'll be able to do something.
Agree. I can go high over the CETA cart, put myself in the middle, and then take the APFR from you.
Nil and Soph, we're going to move the arm station forward starting in 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
And Sophie, you seem to be translating now. It is, did the arm work itself out?
No. I have limited motion on my left arm.
He's gonna stop.
But I'm gonna post here, and like Anil is gonna climb to the width APFR, the width number 3, and I'm posing here.
Okay, yeah, we like that plan, and if that arm joint got a little bit twisted on the suit, then Anil may be able to help kind of move it back if the normal swimming motion didn't work.
Yeah, I did a ton of the swinging motion, the usual one, and it does not work.
Copy, we're tracking.
Yeah.
Let me get waist tether down.
Take your time. I'm in good position right now.
Okay, I'm in a great position. I need to ret to it first.
Or leave it on my ret. I think it's long enough.
Okay, yeah, I think that'll work. Yeah.
Okay, let me release. So I'm releasing the jaws. Do you have good control?
I have good control.
Okay, releasing the jaws now. I'm leaving my ret.
Right. I've got it.
Copy, I see it.
And confirm APFR settings for stowage.
APFR will go into WIF 3, and it's going to be 6 Papa Papa Fox 6. That's 6 Papa Papa Fox 6.
Okay, we are set there, which is great.
That's great. Yeah, I see it.
Have it off dock. I'm almost there. Okay, good pull twist test. Locking collar, black on black. Snob is depressible. I'm just going to get your ret off, okay?
Yeah, I am ready.
Copy, and I would just need to make sure the ingress 8 is low profile as well. We think it was, but just to verify.
Low profile. Confirmed. Okay, I got your ret free, Sophie.
I am ready to receive it, yeah.
You ready? Here it comes.
Got it.
Got it.
Nice
right,
teamwork, you guys.
Job. A lot of that today, everybody.
It's the name of the game.
Hey, Sophie, I'm going to hold here. I think you should go back first.
Yeah, I'll start translating, and if I need your help for the shoulder joint, then I'll pause.
Yeah, that way I'll be on your shoulder side.
Yeah, the one thing...
Yeah, and actually, real quick, if you want to hold there, guys, we just want to talk about it real quick. If you don't mind just holding there for a minute and enjoying the view.
We'll hold, keep thinking, Sophie, and we'll give them some space, and I'm watching my tethers.
Okay, holding.
And Sophie, the question here is if we did a nominal translation, just kind of a nice slow translation, we got plenty of time, get back to the airlock, how much is that arm joint bothering you right now?
Nice and slow, I think I can do it. Yeah, it's basically slower than usual.
Okay, so we can have you guys go ahead and translate back together. Sophie did lead out. If you guys are comfortable that your tethers will stay straight, then you can have Sophie lead back, or we can go in the order that we came out, and Anil would go first. Reminder that we'll run into a big medium ORU bag when we get to the airlock, or to the airlock toolboxes, rather.
I'd rather go first, Anil, if it's okay for you, so that you're on my left shoulder, and if you need to help, then you'll be positioned.
And I think that'll create perhaps a little just other crops, but I think it'll resolve back at the airlock. So I feel good about it. Just just be aware as you go down the feeder spur.
Yeah, I'm checking your tether, and I'm checking as well.
I'm going to wait until you get to the feeder spur.
Copy.
Man, I am going to hit the brakes again.
Copy. Good plan.
Fool me once.
Anil, you can go.
Okay, I'm translating.
And we see you continuing down, Sophie, as you come down the cedar rail. Reminder that the bags will be down there at the toolboxes. We'll have Anil pick those up. What we'll have you do is pause just outside of the airlock, and we'd like a good assessment on the flexibility and mobility of the EMU arm, in particular for movements that you will be doing when you get into the airlock, like grabbing your SCU. What we don't want you doing is trying to move against the force of the suit.
Copy.
Is there any assessment, photos, HECA that I can provide?
We are thinking about it.
I'm at the feeder spur, Sophie.
Copy.
And I know we appreciate the offer. We don't think that there will be anything that you'll be able to grab from there, so we'll just continue the ingress.
One copy.
Copy.
I'm going to pause here, Sophie.
Copy. Thermal cover is open, and I'm going to put my waist tether directly on the airlock waist tether.
Okay, copy. And any words on the mobility of that suit, in particular when you think about moving through the motions like SCUs and airlock egress?
Airlock ingress will be definitely okay. SCU, I think so as well. It might take a longer time. VA to press might be the tricky one. The ultra actuator to press is going to be the tricky one, just because I cannot my arm closer to my body. Yeah, I think I'll make it work.
Okay, copy. Those are good words. And just don't put excessive force against the suit. If you feel like you're going to need to do that, just let us know what's going on, and we always have a plan B.
Okay. All right, so load pass to station, check. I have the waist tether, the airlock waist tether, all hook, gate close, lock, black on black.
Copy, airlock.
Hook, gate close, black on black, and my waist tether on gate close, lock, black on black, with a large hook and small hook, gate close, lock, black on black. So I have a good load pass to station.
Copy, and we agree. You can turn off your HECA and ingress the airlock.
Copy. Do you want to pass me the bags, Anil?
Yeah, I can do one option is you get in the airlock and I can pass it to you in the airlock.
Okay, let's do that.
And would that be okay?
That works for us.
Right, I'm just getting a hold of it. I got a red on it.
Okay. Just so that you're not surprised, there were ADTs.
Yeah, I see them. Thanks for the heads up.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are now 6 hours and 2 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. The crew is wrapping up their final cleanup activities, and they are reporting their tether configurations. And soon they will be ingressing back into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock to round out today's spacewalk.
All right, I've got the MOU bag, and I'm kind of heading your way.
Yep. All right, I'm in, and I am ready to receive the bags.
All right, I'm at the toolboxes, and I'm going to be going Nader right now. That's a circular handrail, and I'm just going to put a couple down, and then I'll get you the bag next.
Copy.
This is the bag. I've got a ret on the handrail.
Copy. I'm ready to receive with a ret, and as soon as I'll get it, I'll let you know.
Yeah. Oh, careful, calm. Got it.
All right, we see the ORU bag in the airlock. Sophie confirmed that she had her waist tether to the airlock D-ring extender waist tether.
I do confirm my waist tether is, let me just double check as well as I do that. My waist tether is on the airlock, on the waist tether of the airlock, and all 4 sliders are locked. And I just released your ret.
It's on my MWF already.
Okay, great. And I'm ready. So give me a sec before giving me your bag.
Yep, and when you're ready, Sophie will be giving Anil the go to retrieve your anchor hook from the aft D-ring.
And I was thinking maybe I just pass her my crew lock bag and then do that. Is that okay?
That'll work.
If the BRT jaws are down, but you can get both of those, I think.
And work. Yep, it's BRT jaws are released. Let me give you your ret.
Okay. Can you read at the bag?
I did read the bag.
Great.
It's actually even 80 on that.
Okay. And I'm just going to clean up my MWF and I'll be with you.
Copy, that sounds good.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're currently seeing a live view of the outside of the International Space Station. There in the center of your screen, you can see the outer thermal hatch for the Quest airlock, and you can see NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who has served as EV1 for the duration of today's spacewalk.
Okay, so when you're ready, you can retrieve EV2 anchor hook from the aft airlock external D-ring and attach it to your waist tether.
One for EV2 anchor hook, attaching it to my waist tether.
Or to your red reel.
I'm going to put it on my red reel if that's okay with you, Alan.
We are also happy with that.
Again, you're currently seeing a live view outside the International Space Station there with NASA astronaut Anil Menon toward the center of your screen. He is close to that thermal cover of the Quest airlock. ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, who has served as EV2 for the duration of today's spacewalk, has already ingressed or gone back inside the crew lock portion of that Quest airlock. Now NASA astronaut Anil Menon is completing some final tether configurations, and then he will shortly thereafter join Sophie Adenot inside the crew lock, after which they will close that thermal cover and the hatch, and then that repressurization process will begin. Once the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock does begin repressurizing, that will mark the official end of today's spacewalk. Right now we are at about 6 hours and 8 minutes of spacewalking time. Again, the spacewalk began earlier today at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time.
Is the EV1 red reel? Is the EV2 anchor hook on it?
Copy, EV2 anchor
And
hook on
locked.
your... Copy, anchor hook is on your red reel and it is locked. So you can stow your EV1 anchor hook on your workstation and turn off your HECA.
All right, I'm doing both of those things right now. before I turn off my HECA, and I have this question for EVA console.
She is very enthusiastic for your question. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I don't know if you can see through my HECA, the left side of this cuff checklist page. I think we should add it as a permanent addition. It's a picture of Sandy, and it says, "Don't worry, Sandy has thought of it." And I think that's emblematic for this series of EVAs.
Well, I think you just gave her best birthday present. We are lucky to have her on the team, and we appreciate your words, Anil.
Thanks, Ann. Thanks, Sandy. Going in now.
We copy.
Hey, Sophie, I need to grab that thermal cover. So I'm going to turn.
Copy, yeah, I'm clearing the bag as you enter, and I'm ready to grab your sheet as soon as it's the right time.
And we see your HECA off, so you can continue the ingress and close the airlock thermal cover.
I got the thermal cover. Got to get my feet back.
Copy. You'll be attaching that integral strap to the magnetic plate D-ring, cinching until snug, and report Sharpie lines.
2 copies in work.
This is Mission Control Houston. We just surpassed 6 hours and 14 minutes for today's spacewalk. That spacewalk officially beginning at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time.
Hey, 6 Sharpie lines.
Copy. 6 Sharpie lines. You can both remove the SCU from your stowage pouch, remove your DCM cover, and connect the SCU to the DCM and verify locked.
1 in work.
Both crew members, NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, have now ingressed.
Station water is warmer than your plus water, so if you want to turn down your cooling to a higher number, you may.
1 cup.
They have now ingressed the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, and the thermal cover has been
And
closed.
I know you've got a handful of SCU, but when you're done, if we can just verify that the magnetic plate is engaged on the thermal cover.
I can verify that now. It is engaged.
Good work. Thanks.
The crew is now walking through some final steps, and then they will complete the closure of the airlock hatch. Once that airlock hatch is closed, they will begin the repressurization process, which will officially mark the end of the spacewalk.
Okay, once the SCU is on, unlocked.
Copy EV1 SCU on and locked.
And while Sophie's working on it, I'm just clearing the hatch area and taking a look at the hatch seal.
Copy. Thank you.
SCU on and locked.
Good word, Sophie. We like that. So at this time, you both can switch your water off.
Okay.
You can both switch your water off, OFF, and expect water is off message.
Active alert tone. One's off.
Off.
Copy for water EV1 and 2 is off, OFF. So while we have a couple of minutes, a promise made is worth keeping. So at this time, on behalf of Capcom and I, we're going to count down like a bolt. 3, 2, 1. You just saved the video dish. You just saved the video dish.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
It's hard to top that, but if we had a moment, we wanted to say a few things as well. Is that okay, Ann?
Yes, the floor is yours.
All right. I just wanted to congratulate the entire team on executing this complex, time-critical operation successfully. We just, with more checkouts, established communication redundancy for station. In today's expanding space economy, communications is a cornerstone of growth, and NASA has always been a pioneer and has a lot to be proud of. Personally, I'm proud. We continue to accomplish challenges like today's EVA and demonstrate NASA's deep capability to work in the harshest of environments. Our success are a result of you, the people at NASA, people in the room in MCC right now, and most importantly, I think today proves that it's the resiliency that we have to not give up and make this a success. Me, personally, it'll be a lifetime memory to work with you all today. I'll never forget it. And to see Sophie mirror that preparation and switch into full beast mode for 2 EVAs in 2 weeks. Congrats, Sophie. You crushed it. A special thanks to Jess, who's really been a mentor up here with her 6 EVAs and soon to be 7, hopefully. And Jack, whose professionalism makes everything run smoothly and gives us great feedback, and we learn so much from him. And over to you, Sophie.
Thanks, Anil, for the great words. I can only concur for the team and the praise for the teams, everyone up in Houston and also in here on the ISS. I would add that it's a small toothbrush for an antenna and a giant leap for communication redundancy. But jokes aside, well done, teams, for this successful EVA. Together we overcame the challenges. Thank you for your hard work and dedication. It's amazing what we can achieve when we are all working together. In fact, you're a master for flying the arm, and we've learned a lot from your professionalism. Jessica, you're the best mentor I would ever remember. Now, just wanted to say a quick word for the younger generation about working together. Never underestimate what humanity can achieve when we work together. There's still so much to explore and even more to create. So keep dreaming, building bridges, and we do believe that you'll have a bright future.
Thanks, Sophie.
Those are great words. Thank you both. Lots of smiles around the team. That was really meant a lot to everybody down here. Thank you. For Anil, you can verify the outer hatch clear as hardware. The handle position is per the decal. And then you are going to close and lock the hatch.
Okay, inboard gun. And it is clear. I'm just going to verify it through the decal and then...
Ten seconds to a handover.
All right, I'll keep working on it.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are currently 6 hours and 22 minutes into today's spacewalk, but it is coming to a close here shortly, following an exchange of words between the flight control team here on the ground in Houston, as well as NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, who are currently in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. They are now completing the final steps to close and lock the airlock hatch, and once that is confirmed to be complete, they will begin the repressurization process. And that will officially mark the end of today's spacewalk clock. Again, that spacewalk time started when the crew switched their suits to battery power, taking place at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time.
Back with you after handover.
Awesome, we're almost there. Off the hatch, keep. Come down. Okay, sit down. I'm just checking it's in the proper position, and it was clear, and I'm going to go to latch.
Copy.
Freeze. That's for you, Sophie.
Say again? Anything I can do to help?
No, we are. Hatch is closed, latched, and locked right now. And the MPEV is closed.
Okay, we copy. The EV hatch is closed and locked. With that, I'll hand you back over to your crew mates, Jack and Jessica. Nicely done, guys, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you, Ann.
All right, welcome back inside the hole, Nell and Soph. I'm on step 4 of the crew lock repress cue card. Soph, on the UIA, check the oxygen, EMU 1 and 2 valves. There's 2 of them. They're both open.
Oxygen, EMU 1 and 2 valves are open.
All right, switch the EV 1 and 2 power to on, OS.
Any more? EV1 power on. EV2 power on.
Right, check the power for EMU 1 and 2 LEDs are illuminated. There should be 2 of them.
2 LEDs illuminated.
Check the power, EV1 and 2 volts are reading between 18 and 19.
18.8 and 18.6. Check.
Right, sounds good, and we'll do this sequentially. So EV1 and EV1 only, take your power switch on your DCM to SCU. Expect a warning tone.
Power to SCU.
All right, copy with that good switch throw. EV2, you can take your power switch on your DCM to SCU. Expect a warning tone.
Power to SCU.
I think I heard you, so good switch throw, is that right?
Good power SCU.
Great. We are not on SOP purging, and so we're going to leave our O2 actuator, disregard. I'm just looking through the warning here. I think we're good to press. So on your DCMs for EV1 and 2, you can take your O2 actuator to press.
Okay.
O2 press, EV1.
And just verify you see on your DCM O2 pause is press.
O2 pause press on DCM.
For EV1.
O2 press, EV2.
Great work, Sophie. Just verify for me that on your DCM it does say O2 pause to press.
O2 pause press.
Awesome. EV1, can you check the EV hatch MPEF is closed?
Closed. EV hatch MPEV is closed.
All right, our next step is to open up the IV hatch equalization valve and start to repress. You guys feeling good? You want us to go to a nominal rate or start slow?
Try nominal.
Nominal.
All right, we're going to position. All right, you guys might get an alert tone as we start this refresh.
This is Mission Control Houston. Now that the crew lock repressurization process has begun, the clock for today's spacewalk has officially stopped, that taking place at 1:57 p.m. Central Time, 2:57 p.m. Eastern Time. Today's spacewalk officially began at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. So the duration of today's spacewalk was exactly 6.5 hours. Currently on your screen, you're seeing a live view inside the International Space Station. That view coming from the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. You can see NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Jack Hathaway, who are currently inside that equipment lock portion as they continue to work through that repressurization process of the crew lock portion. Again, that repressurization process began about 2 minutes ago at 1:57 p.m. Central Time, 2:57 p.m. Eastern Time to officially mark the end of today's spacewalk. The crew lock will continue to be repressurized until it reaches the pressure to match the rest of the station, which is about 14.7 psi or pounds per square inch. It had been previously depressurized down to vacuum ahead of today's spacewalk, and right now it is at about 1.5 psi. During today's 6.5-hour spacewalk, the crew successfully retrieved and installed the spare S-Gant or space-to-ground antenna, which had been located on external stowage platform number 3, and they installed it on the Z1 truss. Initial data and power connections were confirmed, and additional connections and tests will be performed overnight on that spare space-to-ground antenna following its installation today. The crew was also able to retrieve the failed S-Gant that had been temporarily stowed on the Z1 truss following its disconnection during last week's EVA, and they were able to move that over to external stowage platform number 3.
We're increasing through 3.5 psi. At 4 psi, you might get an alert from.
1.
This is Mission Control Houston, live from the International Space Station Flight Control Room as the repressurization process of the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock continues following today's EVA. Today's spacewalk lasted for 6 hours and 30 minutes, concluding at 1:57 p.m. Central Time, 2:57 p.m. Eastern Time. It was the 283rd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. It was also the 6th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year and the 3rd for Expedition 75. Today's spacewalk was the 3rd spacewalk completed by NASA astronaut Anil Menon. He now has a total of 19 hours and 20 minutes of spacewalking time, and it was the 2nd spacewalk for ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot, who now has 12 hours and 53 minutes of total spacewalking time. Across the 283 spacewalks that have been conducted in support of the space station, they now total 74 days, 17 hours, and 14 minutes of spacewalking time outside of the space station. Again, that repressurization process is continuing. The crew lock is now at about 4.8 pounds per square inch, or PSI. At about 5 PSI, they will conduct some leak checks to ensure that everything is looking good, and they will hold briefly at that point. And then they will continue the repressurization process back up to about 14.7 PSI, or pounds per square inch, to match that of the rest of the space station.
Welcome to 5 psi. We got 2 minutes for the crew lock pressure to stabilize, and then a 1-minute leak check.
2 copies.
1 copy.
2 minutes, crew dock pressure stable, and we're 1 minute for the leak check. That's a minute. Pressure stable. It's a good leak check. If you wanted to check the switch for your glove heaters, it's in the off OFF position.
One is off OFF.
Two OFF.
Copy OFF for both EV1 and EV2. Any contamination on your gloves you guys want to report?
One negative, no contamination.
Two negative, no contamination.
No contamination. Any cough symptoms you guys want to talk about before we move on?
One negative.
Two negative.
All right, for both EV1 and EV2, we're in step 10 now. Take your O2 actuator to IV.
Work. One is IV.
Three is IV.
Copy, nice work, guys. EV1 and EV2 are IV. I'm going to restart the repress. You'll get an alert tone as we go.
One.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're seeing a live view inside the Quest airlock, specifically the equipment lock portion of that Quest airlock. You can see NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway as he continues to monitor the repressurization process of the crew lock portion, which is just beyond that hatch that you can see there in the center of your screen. Inside that crew lock portion are NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot. They recently paused the repressurization at about 5 psi or pounds per square inch to complete some final leak checks, and that pause has since been completed and the repressurization has resumed. Now the crew lock is at about 6 psi or pounds per square inch and continuing to rise. Again, that repressurization will now continue all the way up until it reaches about 14.7 psi to match the pressure of the rest of the space station. Once that repressurization is complete, then that hatch between the crew lock and the equipment lock will be opened, and the crew will then be moved into the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, and NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway as well as NASA astronaut Jessica Meir will be assisting NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot back into the equipment lock portion, where they will then begin to remove their extravehicular mobility units, or those white spacesuits that they have been wearing for the duration of today's spacewalk.
Under 10 psi, about 5 minutes to go.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're seeing a live look inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas. The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers remains on console, and they have been the team responsible for executing today's spacewalk, being led by Flight Director Chris Dobbins. Again, that repressurization process of the crew lock portion of the International Space Station's Quest airlock is continuing, and right now they are just over 10 PSI, or pounds per square inch. And you did hear that call down from NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, who you can see there on your screen again. He is in the equipment lock portion of the airlock, awaiting for that pressure to equalize at about 14.7 PSI to match the rest of space station before that hatchway between the crew and equipment locks can be opened and NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot can be brought back into the equipment lock, at which point they will begin the process of removing their spacesuits or the extravehicular mobility units that they've been wearing for the duration of today's spacewalk. Today's spacewalk officially began at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time, when their spacesuits were switched to battery power, and it officially concluded at 1:57 p.m. Central Time, 2:57 p.m. Eastern Time, for a total duration of 6.5 hours. During the spacewalk, the crew was able to successfully retrieve and install the spare space-to-ground antenna on the International Space Station's Z1 truss. This work initially began on August 18th, just last week, when NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot conducted an initial 6-hour and 23-minute spacewalk to remove the failed antenna and secure it on the station's truss structure. During today's spacewalk, in addition to installing the spare space-to-ground antenna, they also relocated that failed antenna back over to external stowage platform number 3, where it will be permanently located.
Airlock Houston on 1.
Airlock.
Jack, we're working on some questions. If Sophie is comfortable staying in the suit for a few minutes while it's pressurized, we have a few questions we were putting together for. If that's not the case, it's no issue. We'll move on without. But the best pause point will be after step 18 in the post-EVA procedure to do that.
we copy at 18, and we'll let you know if that'll be feasible or not.
Copy, thanks.
All right, just about equalization, getting ready for the Ivy hatch.
This is Mission Control Houston, and you can now see NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway there on your screen, being joined by NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, and that hatch between the crew lock and equipment lock portions of the Quest airlock is now being opened. The pressurization of the crew lock has been equalized to match that of station, approximately 14.7 psi or pounds per square inch.
Houston airlock, we've got steps 2 and 3 done. You guys are go for 4.
Copy, we'll put it in work.
This is Mission Control Houston there on your screen. You can see that the hatch between the crew lock and the equipment lock portions of the Quest airlock has been opened, and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot has been moved back into the equipment lock portion, and now NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway and Jessica Meir are working to move NASA astronaut Anil Menon back into that equipment lock portion. This is Mission Control Houston. There on your screen, you could see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir removing the SAFER, or the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue, from NASA astronaut Anil Menon's spacesuit, or extravehicular mobility unit. Those SAFERs were attached prior to the crew moving into the crew lock ahead of today's spacewalk, and they are sort of like a jetpack system that the crew can use should they become untethered from the space station.
Houston airlock in step 18.
All right, we're with you. First, to confirm, it is Sophie's left shoulder joint in the EMU that's having the issue. Is that correct?
Correct, the left shoulder.
Okay, have just a few steps here. Should only take us 5 minutes or less to walk through a couple troubleshooting steps. That'll give us some info. We'd like you to unvelcro and unzip the upper arm TMG, and then we'll check on the orientation of the upper arm axial restraint, and we want you to report that orientation to us.
Mark. We're going to reorient the airlock camera and make sure. Give us a couple more words on the axial ring and what we should be looking for.
And Jack, what we're looking for is on the restraints, if they are angled, horizontal, or vertical, and opening up the right shoulder TMG and doing a comparison will probably help. Airlock Houston on 1. From our initial take, it looks like the power harness may have been wrapped around the restraint. With that now loose, we'd like to see if full motion has been recovered on that shoulder joint.
Yeah, I looked at that when I opened it. It wasn't really wrapped. It was up on top of it, so I was wondering if it was caught on something, but it wasn't caught on anything. It does look like there's a little edge. I'll take some pictures of that. Some of the coating is pulled back, so maybe there was some pressure there. I don't know if that was like that to begin with.
All right, we copy, and we see that as well.
Maybe it was hanging up. When I reached in, that cable was right on top of that left axial restraint or whatever it's called, but it wasn't stuck, but it was kind of retracted within the suit on there.
We copy.
Feels normal now.
All right, Jessica, that's helpful. And with Sophie moving around a bit, is she more comfortable now? Is it back to normal, or do we need to continue with some questioning here?
Feels completely normal now, so I think that cable must have been kind of stuck there. Again, it wasn't like hung up on anything, but maybe it was wedged when it was still zipped up.
All right, that concludes our troubleshooting, and thanks so much for taking those few minutes, and we'll get those pictures and video from you when able. And Airlock Houston, with that, we can pick back up in step 19 of post-EVA.
You were in step 19.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're seeing a live look inside the equipment lock portion of the International Space Station Quest airlock. ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot on the left-hand side and NASA astronaut Anil Menon on the right-hand side recently completed a 6.5-hour spacewalk, replacing a space-to-ground antenna on the International Space Station's Z1 truss. This work initially began on August 18th when Menon and Adenot conducted an initial 6-hour and 23-minute spacewalk to remove the failed antenna and secure it on the station's truss structure. However, at that point, the crew needed a bit more time than expected on August 18th to disconnect electrical cables and loosen bolts, which delayed the installation of the replacement antenna. So today, the spacewalkers were able to go ahead and retrieve the new unit and complete that installation process. The crew also retrieved the failed space-to-ground antenna from its temporary stowage location on the Z1 truss and relocated it and installed it to its permanent location on an external stowage platform 3. Again, a 6.5-hour spacewalk is now complete, marking the 283rd spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, the 6th to be conducted out of the International Space Station this year, and the 3rd for Expedition 75. Now that the crew is safely back inside the International Space Station's equipment lock and they have removed their helmets, we will go ahead and conclude our coverage for today. Again, thank you for joining us for U.S. Spacewalk 98. This is Mission Control Houston.